scariest days of my life. I was young, overseas, and all of a sudden I'm in the middle of a battle. But the day I went to the doctor and discovered I was going blind was even scarier. For some time I'd noticed blurring of my central vision and difficulty seeing at night. I didn't think much of it. Unfortunately, many Americans don't recognize the signs of retinal degenerative disease. They think they just need new glasses. Retinal degenerative disease affects millions, young and old. Diseases such as retinitis pigmentosa and macular degeneration. That's why the Foundation Fighting Blindness is working to end vision loss through research. Call 1-800-394-8280 for free information. Today, if one of my friends tells me they have trouble seeing, I tell them to go to the doctor right away. If you or a loved one are affected by a retinal degenerative disease, contact the Foundation Fighting Blindness at 1-800-394-8280. It takes vision to find a cure. Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
If you're afraid to turn off your radio, if you can't take the heat, then don't stand, because you're going to go to hell.
Honey draws more flies.
Huh? Don't call me honey. I ain't your honey. How dare you? I knew that there was something wrong with you.
You know what I'm going to say to you is that you're preaching condemnation when the...
I don't believe in condemnation either. Handing out
condemnation.
The worst thing that ever come. That's giving the okay to fornicate at will.
Do you really believe that people will burn in hellfire and brimstone and all? You believe all that?
I'll tell you, there's a very special place for your listeners, Art, and it's back in huge pits of boiling sewage.
God bless you for letting this man talk. It's been the funniest show I've ever heard. I swear to God.
You won't be laughing when you are thrown into the boiling pit of sewage.
Listen to Coast AM with Art Bell every weeknight on this station.
No!
He took 100 pounds of clay, and then he said, hey, listen, I'm gonna fix this world today, because I know what's missing. Then he wrote his big sleeves up, and a brand new world began. He created a woman and lots of loving for a man. Whoa, yes he did.
Call Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye.
Now, was that 100 pounds of clay or 100 pounds of gray? Just can't resist. We'll be right back.
Fuel up with free gas, America. Right now, get a $25 or $50 gas card when you purchase 4 selected Goodyear tires with your Goodyear card. Plus, through October 23rd, some of Goodyear's most popular passenger, performance, and light truck tires are on sale. Stop by Goodyear or a Gemini Auto Service location for complete details. For the retailer nearest you, call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
When you think about it, being thirsty is a pretty simple concept. You get thirsty, you grab a drink. But what do you do when your soul gets thirsty? Listen to the words of Jesus Christ. Everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again. But whoever drinks the water I give him will never thirst. Indeed, the water I give him will become a spring welling up to eternal life. To learn how you can have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, call 1-888-JESUS-2000.
Once again, Dr. Ellen Crystal and our caller. I'm curious about the symbol that was on the back of the technician's, jacket? Coat?
Yeah.
Whatever. What was it?
Well, first of all, let me say I apologize for, not being able to articulate it.
That's right. Just tell us what it was.
Okay, this was an event that took place over about a 5-hour period one night, where I thought it was a dream.
Yeah, we got all that. Give us the symbol, please.
Well, okay, I'm getting there because I think this is pretty important. I know that the technicians, or I said it for lack of a better term, that I saw aboard this craft were very humanoid. I perceived them, or I felt in the dream or experience, whatever it was, that they were government.
Be that as it may, I'm sorry to press you, but please, the symbol.
Okay, well, I'm getting there.
No, not fast
Just
enough.
say it.
Yeah, just say it.
Okay, what I saw on the back of these white lab coats,
Yes.
right underneath the collar, said Department of Research Engineering. Now, let me.
That's very earthly.
Well, I know exactly, and let me elaborate. When I saw it immediately in this dream or whatever it was, I said, okay, I've got to remember this. So I associated it with an acronym. I said DOR, D-O-R-E. Right. Now, the thing that was interesting is I thought, okay, this is different than Department of Engineering Research. Mm-hmm. In other words, finding different ways to engineer certain technologies. This was a way to do different means of research as opposed to engineering.
All right, we'll hold it right there. Ellen?
Well, I have no idea. I mean, and he's saying it could have just been a dream. It's obviously just a play on words, and we don't know if it was a dream or a real event. So, it's...
But see, isn't that what people say to you?
No.
How do you know it was not a dream as opposed to a real?
Well, this is one of the big misnomers about the abduction. All the abductees, most of the abductees remember some aspect of their abduction. They know it wasn't a dream.
Yeah.
And there was one case where the thing is, in Pine Bush, my whole point was to get to the ship to make contact. What I found in the process was so many people abducted. And like one guy who was abducted, and he went to sleep at night. He remembers being, he could have said it could have been a dream, except he remembers being dragged downstairs, and there were no stairs in his house. And when he woke up, he had a broken leg. He had a real broken leg.
Gotcha.
Now, that's not a dream.
No, that's
And he had
not
no
true.
stairs in his house.
No stairs.
And he had been through 5 years of analysis through traditional means, and nothing was doing anything. And his family was wrecked. He lost his job.
Yeah, I know. All of this, actually, even though I've been having fun with you this morning, all of this really is very serious. And you're right. Marriages, families have been
All
destroyed.
the abductees remember some aspect of it specifically. They know it wasn't a dream because they know they were someplace.
Okay. So if you wonder whether it's a dream, then it
It's
might...
probably a dream.
Yeah. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Ellen Crystal. Hi.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Zan. I'm calling from Los Angeles.
Yes, sir.
And this book sounds like one I've got to get. I have a question for you, Ellen.
Okay.
How are you sure that these are from another planet and not just the goblins that people have been reporting for thousands of years, dragging people off to fairyland and underground and stuff?
Well,
That seems to make sense to me, too.
Actually, that's an awfully good question. In other words, do we actually know they originated elsewhere? You've mentioned you think they're underground, and they have bases underground, which is logical, I agree. But how do we know they're from elsewhere as opposed to, for example, always having been here?
the craft they're using is so spacecraft. You can't get any more spacecraft. I mean, it's made for traveling
Space.
in space. It's blatantly obvious. So, I mean, that right there is telling you they're coming a distance.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point, but I guess once in space, you know, it doesn't really matter what shape an object is, frankly. It doesn't have to be shaped like a rocket. It has to be shaped like a rocket to get out of the atmosphere using traditional fuel and propulsion systems.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be, in our technology, it's got to be shaped like a rocket, because
Right.
that's all we're capable.
That's what I said, using traditional propulsion
Oh, okay.
systems. But once you're in space, if you have some sort of anti-gravitic capability, why, obviously, it wouldn't matter what shape it was.
Well, and that's the case, because there are a whole load of different shapes, and, I mean, they go up, you know, 0 to light year speed is, I mean, in the blink of an eye, they're gone, and it's just obvious that it's a spacecraft.
0 to light speed in less than 60.
Yeah, less than 60 milliseconds.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Ellen Crystal. Hi. Hello.
Hello,
Yes, you.
it's me. Okay. It's finding me. I was born and raised in Nevada,
Right.
and I now live in New Mexico. And I have seen a lot of sightings. And I don't know how much is military and how much is UFOs.
Right.
That lady that was talking from Tahoe earlier,
Yes.
I had sat there on my front porch in Virginia City
Right.
and saw things from the Naval Air Base in Fallon. And I saw them go from Fallon to Lake Tahoe and down.
Uh-huh.
And I've seen it happen here in New Mexico.
Well, you see, we're at a somewhat of a disadvantage here.
Two nights ago, there was a fireball that came down here. A fireball.
Mm-hmm.
We got big military bases here in New Mexico, and nobody's going to talk to it.
I know. I know all about it. All right. Well, thank you. Look, that's a problem. We're in the Southwest. I'm here in Nevada. You're in now in New Mexico. Both areas are very heavily militarized. I think about 90% of Nevada's land is owned by the U.S. government. We have Area 51. We have a lot of military aircraft experimentation that we can only imagine. And so, of course, out here, a disproportionate number of sightings, I'm sure, can be attributed to the military. It's a lot harder. But when you're back at Flatbush, for example, that really is not the case. And yet you have, nevertheless, a hotspot. So it's more likely that whatever it is in ours. Is that fair, Doctor?
Yeah, Flatbush. Flatbush.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Flatbush.
That's all right.
Flatbush, I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, there are military bases all over, but, you know, I mean, I've been in touch with the air traffic controllers at the airport that's closest to Pine Bush. And I talked to the military people, and I mean, there may be one, if there's one experimental plane, like, out of the base, that's all there is. You know, and in fact, a number of years ago, somebody, like the media kept claiming there were a group of ultralight pilots flying across New York State.
That's right, information, trying to freak people
Yeah,
out.
I mean, but they couldn't be all over at once. I mean, even if there was a group, they can't be here, there, and everywhere all at the same time.
Kind of like Doug and Dave with the crop circles.
Yeah, you can't be all over the world, you know, at the same time. It's impossible.
All right, first time caller line, you're on the air with Ellen. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, it's you.
Yes, my name's Robert.
Yes, Robert.
Calling from Henderson, Idaho.
Okay.
I have an account of back in 1977. My account is first time seeing a UFO.
Close up?
Yeah.
How close?
It was about 50 feet away. And it was pretty close.
Where were you?
I ran out of the house toward it.
Yes.
And I noticed there was no rivets, no identifiable markings on this craft. It was huge.
Shaped what how?
Like a disc.
Like a disc.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Metal. Yeah, I guess it was metal. It was kind of dull, shiny color to it.
So what did it do? What did you do?
Well, I was thinking as I was running toward it, all right, this is great. I'd never seen one before, this was really amazing.
Yes.
So, I noticed something really different about it. There were colors in the center and on the dome area up top. And it was like tears of light, and they were kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, kind of like almost like socks in a dryer where they tumble. And the links of some of the strips in the saucer were anywhere from 8 to 12 feet long, and they were different thicknesses, yellow, red, green, blue.
So what did this craft do? I mean, we don't have a lot of time here.
Oh, it just stood there in midair with complete silence, and then it took off very quick to the left of me, and I looked around, and it was up in the air still, higher up above, behind some trees, and then it just went up, and it like it was part of the stars again.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, join the club. Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Many of us have seen things like that.
I always tell people, draw a picture and write up the account because it helps you articulate better what you experienced, and also you tend to remember little details that you wouldn't remember if you hadn't written it down and thought about it. So write it down and draw a picture. Even
That really does help. I mean, even if you have a dream at night, the dream analyst will tell you the same thing. Before it goes away, before the details fade, sit and write it out.
yeah.
Then you can have a good laugh at lunchtime. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Ellen Crystal.
Hi, I have turned my radio down.
Yes, you do. Have it close by.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Sure, go ahead.
I live in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. My name's Cheryl.
Okay, Cheryl.
And I know what she's talking about. And what's really odd is I've looked into Pine Bush. I've had things happening for about 3 years. And I'm at the same, is it latitude as Pine Bush?
Okay.
I guess it would be roughly the same, yes.
It's almost exact. And I'm seeing the same type of lights that I've seen pictures of from Pine Bush. And I've taken hundreds of pictures myself. And this is ongoing. And there's been a lot of other things going on too.
Well, maybe you should be sharing some pictures with Ellen.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, if you'd like to send me, some copies so I can look at them.
I've got them on my computer, so they wouldn't be as clear as a photo.
Well,
You can print them out.
yeah, do that.
Yeah. The one in particular that is really interesting though is they're like bubbles.
Oh, round globe?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I didn't talk about that.
All right, well, go ahead and talk about round globes.
Okay. I first took a picture in 1984. We saw the craft. I took the picture. I got the picture back. There was an immense round globe in the center of the picture, looking like it was just sitting on a bunch of trees. I walked around with the photo for about 6 months and I talked about this in Silent Invasion. I met 2 people who had worked with the government chasing crafts in Colorado. And they looked at the photo and said, that's a Tesla field. And I said, what's that? And they said, well, the scientist Nikola Tesla had created these energy fields that were supposed to be theoretical, blah, blah, blah. Since then, I've also taken thousands of pictures of Tesla fields. They seem to come as small as tennis balls and as large as about 300 feet or so, like a dome. I have them over houses, over trees, over fields. You're walking in them. Everybody who's taken pictures of UFOs gets Tesla fields at some point. There's a fog also that falls in line with these Tesla globes. It's some kind of energy field. It's supposed to protect something inside of it, whether it's a piece of equipment or a craft or Tesla's idea was to put a dome over a city so that it would protect the city from any incoming missiles. You always had that military destructive slant to it. But apparently the aliens, for whatever reason, used these Tesla globes, and Tesla supposedly, at one point in his life, was in touch with aliens. You figure it out.
No,
I can't figure it
actually,
out.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, that's. I have
That's Tesla's own words?
Yeah, he claims he was in touch with aliens. But it's not, they left it out of the biographies.
I'll bet.
There's one biography, Tesla Man Out of Time, and there's another one. It's in, I found that information someplace, I can't remember where offhand, but, I mean, I have all that information, but
All right, look, I want to be able to give your address. Obviously, your book, Silent Invasion, is available on Amazon.com. We've got a link to that. That's
Okay.
one way to get it. The other is to go to a bookstore and order it. Silent Invasion by Dr. Ellen Crystal.
St. Martin's Press.
St. Martin's Press, right. I guess that's important to know. And you have an address you're willing to give out, right?
Yes.
So go ahead and give it again.
For better or worse.
Yeah, for better or worse, that's right. Oh, it's
1442 Hemlock Farms, Hawley, Hawley, Pennsylvania, 18428.
okay. You better give it. People can never write that fast.
Okay, 1442. Everybody got that number?
Right.
Hemlock, Hemlock, Farms, Hawley, Hawley, Pennsylvania, 18428.
What do you want from people?
Money. No. No,
You know, that's why you're selling a book. But
right. No, I want to get information out. I mean, I like to hear from people what they've experienced. Please, if you can, include a stamp address, so you know, an SASE. It helps me.
So you do try to write back to them.
Yeah, I write back to everybody. It may take time if I get a lot of letters, because at times I have been inundated, but it's been quiet. I'm sure that'll change. But you know, people have some amazing stories, and I actually wanted to put together a book of letters, but the publishers are so far behind the times. All they want is a real alien. It's really terrible.
They want a real alien?
Yeah, before they'll publish another book on
I want a real alien.
Well, everybody wants a real alien, for God's sake. I mean, they're just ridiculous. You can't get a book published unless you're a celebrity or, you know, you have an alien that'll come forward and speak. It's just ridiculous.
I'll tell you, that'd be a hell of a book, though.
Well, but there's a lot in between. I mean, I had a reporter come out with me who was writing a story for the Middletown newspaper, and he was set to have eye surgery the next week.
Right.
And a week later, he went to his doctor for the pre-surgical exam.
Yes.
And the doctor said, you don't need surgery.
And,
He had sightings the night he came out.
and you think he was cured?
Yeah, he thinks he was cured. He wrote
thinks
it.
He was cured.
He wrote it.
Okay. Well, listen, it has been a pleasure having you on the air. We are out of time.
Okay?
So thank you for being here, Dr. Crystal, and we'll do it again sometime.
Okay, thank you.
You're a lively lady.
Thanks, Dor.
See you later. Dr. Ellen Crystal. I'm talking actually about a very serious set of sightings that have occurred in New York. Pine Bush, the Pine Bush area of New York, and that's been going on, is ongoing now, and has been for years. So, we'll be back shortly with open lines. Anything you want to talk about?
Only in America, land of opportunity, yeah. Just like the girl like you fall for a poor boy like me. Only in America, and a kid who's watching mom, it's a giant step and reach right up and far.
Now from the archives of Coast to Coast AM, Art Bell describes a rather unfortunate awning situation.
I've got next to me what's called a cart rack. It's an affair with slotted little holes that hold the commercials and the bumper music and all that sort of thing. It came apart during break, and so a bunch of carts fell down. So I got them all down here. And so I thought I would fix it, and I ran into the other room and got a container of super glue. And I guess I hadn't put the top back on it, so I took a pair of scissors right here, and I cut the top off the super glue to get it to flow. Well, it flowed all right. It flowed all over me. So I tried to pick it off, but it was still flowing on my finger. And I think that I've glued my lips together. This is the dumbest thing that I've ever done by a country mile. I actually glued my lips together. I did. In my panic, I ripped part of my lip off. Piece of my lip. Gone.
Join Art all night long, or any portion thereof. You never know what's coming next on Coast to Coast AM, and neither does the host.
Actually, a little piece of my lip in the ashtray here.
Remember all the gifts you've given your children over the years. Where are those gifts now? Just think, if you had given your child as little as $25 a month in U.S. savings bonds over the last 18 years, he could have $10,000 right now. But you didn't, did you? Give your children a real head start in life. Give them U.S. savings bonds. U.S. savings bonds, the gift of a lifetime. Buy them where you work or bank.
USA Radio Network News, I'm Jason Walker. A major defeat for President Clinton.
I am very disappointed that the United States Senate voted not to ratify the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. This agreement is critical to protecting the American people from the dangers of nuclear war. It is therefore well worth fighting for. And I assure you, the fight is far from over.
Tobacco giant Philip Morris now admits smoking is addictive. John Garrison of the American Lung Association had this reaction.
They want to try to make the public feel better toward them. Now the public is very anti-tobacco, and I think that's worrying Philip Morris. They're trying to position themselves so that in the future, people who start smoking, these people will have a harder time winning lawsuits because of Philip Morris taking the position that it's addicting and that it's cancer-causing.
3 years after JonBenet Ramsey was murdered, this announcement yesterday from Boulder District Attorney Alex Hunter.
The Boulder Grand Jury has completed its work and will not return. No charges have been filed.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says some side airbags can kill small children who are too close to them when the bags inflate. Warning comes after automakers are installing more airbags as either standard or optional equipment. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have $1 million idea and don't know what to do next? Call Synergy at 1-800-557-5555. Synergy has the professional expertise to protect and commercialize your invention. Remember mood rings and iron-on decals? These are just a few of the $1 million ideas we have helped launch. Our clients include universities and Fortune 500 companies. Our firm does patent searches, concept designs, marketing research, business plans, and venture capital sourcing. We obtain patents, find manufacturers, and negotiate lucrative licensing agreements for our clients. For a free inventor's kit and guaranteed confidential evaluation with no obligation, call Synergy at 1-800-557-5555. Don't wait and later see your invention in the market without you. We want to team up with you in launching your $1 million idea. So call Synergy today at 1-800-557-5555. That's 1-800-557-5555.
Vice President Al Gore receiving a key endorsement from the AFL-CIO. The story from USA's Dor County.
The big expected endorsement from the AFL-CIO is considered a turning point in the Gore campaign for the presidency, providing potentially millions of dollars in financial support, along with some key organizers. And while the endorsement is a victory for Gore in light of his recent drop in the polls, it's not an assurance that some unions won't go their own way. The Teamsters Union has indicated it's too early in the political process to endorse anyone. Dale Cordier, USA Radio News, Los Angeles.
Controversy in a Florida school district. Officials there have mandated that sports bras should be hidden. Hillsborough County School Sports Program has told female athletes they must wear a shirt or a jersey over the sports bras. The school district said that displaying a sports bra like soccer player Brandy Chastain did is inappropriate. This is USA Radio News.
Are you interested in high-tech fields involving electronics or computer-aided drafting? Career opportunities exist for those who have the required knowledge and skills. At ITT Technical Institute, programs in these fields are generally offered mornings, afternoons, or evenings. Financial aid is even available for those who qualify. So start preparing for your future now. For an ITT Tech brochure and the campus nearest you, call 1-800-626-1300. That's 800-626-1300.
Congress approving a bailout plan for farmers whose crops were destroyed by Hurricane Floyd. USA's John Decker reports.
The bill is the second big bailout in as many years for producers clobbered by low commodity prices, drought, and flooding. The size of this year's bailout is nearly $3 billion more than what Congress approved a year ago, and congressional leaders are considering additional assistance for producers whose farms were washed out last month by Hurricane Floyd. The package now goes to President Clinton for his expected signature. John Decker, USA Radio News, Washington.
Well, troubling news from Uncle Sam. The Agriculture Department says at least 10% of the households in 18 states and the District of Columbia are going hungry. On Wall Street yesterday, Dow Industrials lost 185 points, closing at 10,232. The NASDAQ was off 71 points for the session at 2801. Jason Walker with news on the USA Radio Network.
Only After Dark brings you the most thought-provoking and mind-bending stories from the other side. In print, the October issue of After Dark takes you into the world of vampires. Learn vampire myth and vampire absolute truth. Then read about a secret Navy Y2K report. You'll listen to government reports of compliance with a whole new skepticism. You'll find real evidence of an ancient UFO incident in China, which has been preserved and chronicled in an amazing archaeological find. Subscribe now by calling 1-888-727-5505. Order today, and you'll also receive a special gift. Art Bell, the first 1,000 years, a 2-hour audio cassette showcasing some of Art's most memorable broadcasts. 1 year, 12 issues of After Dark, plus that great Art Bell audio tape, are just $39.95. Call now to start your subscription with the October issue. That's 888-727-5505. Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye. From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Morning, everybody. We're going to have Richard Hoagland here tomorrow night, and I just now got a fax from Paul Davids, the producer of Roswell the movie. It says, "Dear Art, I look forward to the eminent show with Richard Hoagland. Thank you for enabling Richard to discuss our upcoming feature film, The Face on Mars, in the aftermath of the disappearance of the Mars Climate Orbiter. Art, I'm writing, and we'll fax you as well, to request that you consider establishing a link to my new website. It's www.starrynightmovie.com. He says we've already linked to you. The justification, he says, for linking from your end would be the site will inform your listeners of what we've been up to as producer, director, writer for the last 2 years. And there is material that covers my body of work, which includes Roswell, the movie, you recall, with Martin Sheen, among others, even Dwight Yoakam, as a matter of fact. And so I expect we will probably have a link up tomorrow night. Should be an interesting night tomorrow night. We're going to have Richard C. Hoagland here, and we are going to have an astronomer here as well, one who believes in the exploded planet theory. I think you know who that might be.
Fuel up with free gas, America. Right now, get a $25 or $50 gas card when you purchase 4 selected Goodyear tires with your Goodyear card. Plus, through October 23rd, some of Goodyear's most popular passenger, performance, and light truck tires are on sale. Stop by Goodyear or a Gemini Auto Service location for complete details. For the retailer nearest you, call 1-800-GOODYEAR.
When you think about it, being thirsty is a pretty simple concept. You get thirsty, you grab a drink. But what do you do when your soul gets thirsty? Listen to the words of Jesus Christ. Everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again. But whoever drinks the water I give him will never thirst. Indeed, the water I give him will become a spring welling up to eternal life. To learn how you can have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, call 1-888-JESUS-2000.
Open lines now. Anything you all want to talk about is fair game. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
Okay.
I'm Jason, calling from Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
I got something kind of interesting you might like to hear.
All right.
I'm not going to name the place I'm working at, but I'm a security officer.
Yeah.
And I got some really weird things going on here.
Like what?
I checked the area, and I'm the only one in the building. Everybody's gone. It's a pretty prestigious place at that. And I'll walk by, and I'll check a room, and everything's in place. And I'll come back 5 minutes later. There'll be chairs stacked on top of tables.
No.
Yeah, really.
No, well, then either you have a ghost, a poltergeist, or somebody playing around with you. Either way, pretty scary.
Well, it gets even worse than that, Art.
It does?
It gets a lot more complicated. This thing will now talk to me through my pager. My pager will ring.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and I'll ask a question, and it's simple yes and no answers it gives me. So, like 1 digit is yes, 2 digits is no. And it's just really crazy because each
like
week...
a modern form of the Ouija board or something.
Well, each week it's progressing. It's getting worse and worse and worse. It's doing more prestigious thing.
Well, I'll tell you, I watch a lot of movies. And in a lot of movies, security guards, they're the first victims.
Well, I think I'm a victim.
They're eaten, they're mauled, they're torn into pieces. I mean, they're disposable.
Well, you're supposed to give me some good advice here.
Well, I'm
supposed to try to scare me.
Well, I mean, you've seen the movies. You know, they're always the first to go, and they find the body in the morning stuffed in the closet, pieces.
Well, I hope that don't happen to me. I've got a witness, too, Art.
You've got a witness?
I've got a witness. I'm not just imagining this stuff. He's
Another
guy
security
working
guard?
here.
Another security guard?
Yes, sir. He's a supervisor to other parts of the place.
Well, in most movies I've seen, they wouldn't be able to tell his parts from yours.
Well, I mean,
I'm just messing with you, sir. I'm just messing with you. He's really observed your pager going off, the whole thing.
right. It happened to him. As a matter of fact, he didn't believe me right away.
How do you know he isn't doing this to you?
Because he's with me when the pager starts doing this. See,
Yeah, but there's a little time between you. When you make a page, sometimes it takes a paging service a little time to actually deliver the page.
Right. Well, it's kind of instantaneous. You ask a question, it's like instantly.
I wouldn't like that.
No, I don't like that too much either. As a matter of fact, he's seen the thing.
What is it?
Well, he was doing a tour in this area, and it's kind of dark, and he's riding around in his cart. And he drove by and he noticed a woman there, and it sort of startled him. He goes, "Oh, you scared me." Well, the lady wasn't even looking at him, and he thought something was wrong with her, like she had an argument with her husband or something. She was walking around this area. And he's like, "Are you okay?" And she says, "No, I'm fine. I'm just walking." And she said, "I'm just walking like 3 times." And he said, "Well, you have a good evening." And she turned around and looked at him real slowly, and then he saw her eyes, and her eyes were just, he couldn't explain it. It wasn't human.
Do you make a lot of? Do you make a lot of money?
I make a pretty good bit. I mean, I like my job.
Better than minimum wage.
It's better than minimum wage by far.
It would take a lot of money to keep me there.
Well, I'm trying to do something about it. Maybe you could give me a number or something I could call, because, like I said, Art, it's starting to come home with me now. It's not just at work. You know, my wife is noticing things. The cat's scared half to death.
Call 1-800-RED-EYES.
You're kidding, right?
Yeah, I am kidding. I have no idea what number that is. No, look, if it was me, I'd be finding a new job. I'm serious. I wouldn't like any of that. None of it.
Well, I called a paranoid investigator, and he said it sounds like the act of a poltergeist.
That's right.
For ghosts to be able to move something, they got to be pretty powerful to actually pick something up and move it.
I only can relate to the movies, and I'm telling you right now, the security guards go first, and quick. And whether they're in security guard stations or usually in the movies they're going around, do you have one of those little keys? You got to turn a thing?
I got several keys.
Yeah.
Well, I know you got some other calls coming in. I want to leave with one other thing.
Yes?
You ever heard the books called the Gilgamesh Scribes?
No. Have I? I mean, it's vaguely familiar, only.
If you could find any information on it, I think you would be pretty much intrigued. From what little bit that I do understand, they can't even do carbon-14 tests on it. They said that the book is so old, you know, it's supposedly not even written in any text that they can decipher. And there's a lot to it. It talks about, like, the creation of Earth. And it really upsets a lot of people who are deep into their roots in the religion. So,
in some movies, all they find is the badge. Anyway, I gotta go, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Art.
Good luck to you. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, sir. I was wondering if you or your guests are familiar with the Urantia Foundation or the Urantia book?
Oh, yes. I've read Urantia. It's a big book. It takes a lot of time.
Oh, I know. What I was wondering is, do you think it's that valid, or, and I have no history on that. I'm trying to find the history of it.
The history of the book?
Yes.
I don't know whether it's valid. I read it. I've been in a search all my life for the truth, or what I consider to be the truth, something that I can really buy into. And I can't say that I bought into Urantia.
Okay.
That's just me, though.
Yeah, I just bought the book, and then I got some readings from the foundation.
Well, then you read it, and when you're done, you call me and tell me what you think.
Okay.
All right?
It's taking me a long time right now.
All right. Well,
okay, thank you.
Take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Turn your radio off, please.
It's down.
That's good.
How are you doing tonight?
My left knee is still a little sore.
Well, I do care about your knee, too. Actually, this is Joe from Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to follow a little bit up on Ellen Crystal.
Yes. Yes.
I had bought her book back in around '94, and I actually tried to write her. I went to the MUFON conference in Greenville, North Carolina.
Right.
And I was also trying to get the Monroe Institute during that same week. And while I was, anyway, I had stopped by the Monroe and got myself into the class there, but I had a week to kill before the class started. So I drove on up to Pine Bush, and I met a bunch of people out there, and there was some, I didn't see anything myself, but there was some really strange stuff that,
Oh, I know.
that had happened. I met a gentleman that was the head of the abduction support group there in Pine Bush, and one evening we went back to his house, and he had taken some photographs, and they were absolutely amazing. There was one photograph of I don't know how to explain it, but there was a kind of like on the main road where a lot of the sightings were, there was a area that was probably 300 or 400 yards in length that had been taken, gravel had been taken out of it. And there was a tree line above that, the back, maybe 200 yards back was the tree line.
Right.
And he had a photograph of, I don't know how to explain it. It was, if you can imagine a door that was probably 200 or 300 yards thick, it was really a rectangle. And it was the outline of, it would be very similar to looking at a door, just floating above the tree line, back along that gravel pit.
Oh, wow. It was kind of like a portal.
Yeah, it was kind of like a portal. It's just amazing. The other thing is you were talking about...
well, you know, people tend to laugh or whatever at these stories, but I've had very serious PhD researchers on the show who have film of portals opening up with creatures coming out of them and then closing in on themselves.
Yeah, it's amazing. The other thing I wanted to mention is she was talking about the Tesla globes.
That's correct.
And other people have mentioned those. He had, again, another picture that he had enhanced. He had some sort of a graphics enhancement program he loaded on his computer.
Yeah.
And it was real interesting. He had enhanced one of the he had several pictures of Tesla globes, the same as Ellen Crystal has in her book. But he had enhanced one of the photographs, and there seemed, I mean, and I saw it was clear. It wasn't something that you needed your imagination. He actually showed there was a picture of an alien curled up inside the Tesla globe. After he had so.
You mean sort of like a fetus curled up?
Exactly. And you could see, you could see the outline of the alien. It wasn't dense. It was still vaporous, almost like the globe itself. But you could see the outline of the alien.
Did you hear the security guard involved a little while ago?
Yeah, I was listening to you.
Yes. Would you stay in that job?
No, I think I'd go.
Walking around all night just waiting for the next shoe to fall?
No, I think I'd go. One other thing. There's another book, and then this is just for your listeners.
Sure.
There's another book that's called, I don't know if have you ever had either Tom Dongo or Linda Bradshaw on?
No.
Okay, well, they wrote a book. They both, at the time, were residing on a ranch. I think it's about 20 miles outside of Sedona. They didn't ever actually exactly say where they both lived, but they were within a few miles of each other. But the only thing I'll mention is, if you buy Ellen's book and you enjoy that, you might want to grab this book. It's called Merging Dimensions.
All right, okay.
And he has, he has, I don't know, there's maybe 15, 20 pages of photographs in his book. And many of the photographs are exactly like Ellen Crystal's photographs.
Well, I don't have to buy books. That's the good thing about doing this program.
Oh, yeah, you can just call
I have Silent Invasion right here in my hand.
Okay.
All right? Thank you very much for the call, and take care. They send them to me in droves. I have books, and yes, I can see the photographs, and yes, I can see the globes. She calls them Tesla globes, and they may be, who knows. Scattered Teslas, Pine Bush, New York, September 14th, 1988. When there are lots of lights flying, there seems to be much more going on than we can see, as on this night, and obviously the camera caught what the eye did not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art, this is Icos.
Icos.
Yes, how you doing this evening?
Pretty good. That's an interesting name. Why were you named Icos?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but basically it has to do with a Greek play in college.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. question. I was wondering, do you think some of your viewers would be interested in knowing about filming that we're beginning on October 29th, which will be about the Space Island Project?
I don't know. What filming?
Well, it's actually, the name of the film is going to be the SpaceIsland.com movie. And what we're doing is we're beginning a film in a town in Idaho called Moscow, Idaho.
Moscow, yes.
Which is the University of Idaho location. And they have a large dome there. And we're going to be actually filming with a company called Fractal Films.
Is Gene Myers going to be involved?
Well, Gene is going to be involved somewhat, but he's not actually involved in the movie per se.
Mm-hmm.
Fractal Films is directed by, the director is Mark.
What is the idea? I mean, are the proceeds going to Space Island?
It's part of it's going to Space Island, and also the proceeds are being designed to get people able to participate in the process of building a real space island.
Right. Well, of course, that is what Gene Myers is going to do. Well, I look forward to hearing from Gene Myers on that subject. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello. Hello. Is that Bill?
Yep.
All right. I'm calling about the thing you were talking in Mexico, figuring out how to, why they town sunk it.
Do you have your radio on?
Oh yeah, I better turn it down.
Better do that. Very confusing. You're going to sound like you don't know what you're talking about.
I apologize.
That's all right. Now, ask your question again.
Okay, you were asking earlier, trying to figure out why that town sunk in Mexico?
Yes, the lady described the house as swirling down under the ground and then the ground covering.
Okay, there is a geological phenomenon.
Yeah.
They have underground streams. And those tremors they had, it could cause it because there's clay in the ground.
You're describing where I live. We have clay content here, and we have an underground aquifer, the second largest in the U.S. At 30 feet here, you'll hit water.
Right.
So maybe this is why I'm so scared of this.
Okay. Yeah, I heard you say you were afraid of it. Okay, I live along the Rio Grande River.
Yes.
And they have things with it, the river dries up, and people will take their trucks out and go cross it and everything, and all of a sudden those round swirls come up, and they suck them in. And it has to do with underground water.
Yeah, nothing, thank you, nothing scares me in the world like the concept of having the ground open and being sucked in and buried alive. Maybe it wouldn't be as bad as you're in your car. Maybe it'd be worse. Have all that oxygen to sit there and turn on your headlights and nothing would happen. There you are, 30 feet underground, waiting for the little air to give way, and that's it. You're buried in your car. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. International line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, I'd like to talk to Art.
That would be me. Turn your radio off and proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Turn your radio off.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
I'm calling from Verde, D.C.
Yes, sir.
I've seen a lot of stuff in the skies here. I live in a high-rise in Metrotown here in Burnaby.
Yes.
And I'm facing north towards the mountains.
Right.
Not too long ago, I saw one of those blue fireballs. My curtains don't cover my entire patio window to my balcony.
So in other words, you see a flash.
No, it was a fireball. It had a tail, and it was light blue.
Well, it could have been
Actually, I was just going to turn off your show and
you mean
watch
you just
Babylon 5 on
you just are you saying you just now saw it?
No, this was about a month ago. It was raining out. Yeah. And about alien abductions,
It's your government that's abducting people.
My government?
Yes.
How do you know it's not your government?
Canadian government wouldn't do that to people.
Why not?
You're not as evil as your government.
What do you mean our government's evil?
It is. It's fascist.
Fascist?
You got a two-party state. It's a one-party state masquerading as a two-party state. I don't see any difference between Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, and what about up there in Canada? What's the big difference between your two political parties, huh?
We have four.
Well, all right, what's the difference between all four of them? They're all pretty socialist.
No.
Yes?
You had Mulrooney, who was good buddies with Reagan.
Yeah. Well, that's true. But you don't have
We have that free trade agreement.
But you don't have now, do you?
What?
Well,
We have now, who now?
he's gone.
We have Quickening.
Right. And Mulrooney's gone, right?
Yeah.
History. Like this call. That was insulting. Very insulting. Anybody know what this is?
Guess there's no use.
Hi, Damon.
Damon's a 13-year-old boy who has autism. Today, Easter Seals is helping him learn how to operate a cash register.
I'm going to pretend that I'm a customer. May I help you? I would like 1 bag of potato chips. Okay.
Vocational training like this teaches communication skills for job placement, making Damon someone who can count and be counted on.
So I owe you 90 cents. How much change do I get? 10 cents. Very good.
Easter Seals.
I like that topic. I feel good to talk to you.
She's full potential, but to reach it, she needs help. That's where you come in. Too many children today are victims of poverty, abuse, and neglect. Foster grandparents share 20 hours a week with kids. They receive a small stipend and a whole lot of love.
It makes me happy.
Call your local foster grandparent program or 1-800-424-8867 and give a child a chance.
She's only got one grandpa, this me.
I worry about my mom's safety. I wanted to find a safe way for Mom to receive her federal government benefit, so I told her about direct deposit.
Through direct deposit, federal payments can be automatically deposited to checking or savings accounts. Learn more about direct deposit at any bank, savings and loan, or credit union, or ask your federal paying agency.
Now if I could just get her to change that old hairstyle.
Direct deposit. Simple, safe, secure.
My name is Jace Seifert. From age 1 to 9, I could run, and I played football and baseball. And then when I was 10, the doctors found a tumor on my spine, so they removed it, and I'm partially paralyzed. My doctor said, if you could do anything in the world, what would you pick to do? And I said, oh, geez, well, I guess I'd go to the World Series. So he gave my name to Make-A-Wish, and I went to the 1991 World Series, so that was cool. It just gave me a positive outlook on life, that dreams can come true, and that whatever happens to you, you know, you can work through it, and there are always people to support you and help you out. It's a really great thing.
If you know a child who needs our help, please call your local Make-A-Wish Foundation, because there's nothing like the power of a wish.
Hey, this is Kate Pearson from the B-52. For RAD, getting drunk is your own business, but when you drive drunk, you make it everybody's business. Don't drink and drive. Be responsible, plan ahead, and choose a designated driver. Remember, music lives, and so should you.
Hi, this is Tricia Yearwood with today's Eco Quiz. Curbside recycling programs. They've increased tenfold since 1988. And what's even better, more and more of us are using them to recycle steel food cans and plastic soda bottles, among other things. Do you know which of these containers can be recycled over and over again? Here's the answer to today's Eco Quiz. If you said steel food cans, you're right. They not only can be recycled, they can be recycled over and over again, saving substantial amounts of energy and natural resources. Almost everything you recycle helps save some natural resources, as well as landfill space. Did you know that 1 ton of new paper made from the newspapers you drop off at curbside recycling programs saves enough energy to heat your house for a half year? So recycle and buy recycled. It can help us all. This is Tricia Yearwood on EcoQuiz.
EcoQuiz is a public service of the National Recycling Coalition and the Steel Recycling Institute for a more environmentally conscious America.
Bart Bell reminds you, be careful what you call those household spooks. This night, we do only ghost stories.
When I first moved in here, my wife started having dreams about an old woman. She goes, I see this old lady coming down the hallway. And my friends would come over and they'd say, hey, Ed, what's going on with the ghost? One time, my friend Benny asked me that, and I said, no, nothing lately. The old hag hasn't been around, just joking. Instantly, my daughter had a clear acrylic grand piano music box. This thing started going like full tilt, playing the music. I picked it up and I could see it because it was clear. You could see the mechanism. The coil spring was wound up and the key was just turning, around pretty fast. And I put it down, and that shook me up really well.
Yeah, that would do it for me too. One word of caution. For an entity in your house, I would say calling it the old hag might not be your best option.
Yeah, I think that kind of stopped after that.
In the stereo part of the city, where the sun refuses to shine, people tell me there ain't no use inside.
You're a security guard.
My little girl, you're so young and fresh.
It's late at night,
And one thing I know is true.
and your beeper is calling.
There's only one thing that's really true.
Call Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903.
Well, that's what I'd be thinking about anyway. How would you like to look and feel 10 years younger in 10 weeks? Now there's proof that aging can be slowed down and even reversed. You've heard me talk several times about the incredible age-reversing benefits of HGH, human growth hormone. Well, according to many scientific studies, higher HGH levels can help you look and feel younger. That's why I'm taking Ultimate HGH, a natural formula without hormones designed to boost your body's own production of HGH. If your goal is to help improve energy, stamina, lose unwanted fat, diminish wrinkles, enhance memory, immune function, and vision, then Ultimate HGH is for you too. When you order 2 bottles of Ultimate HGH, you'll get a 3rd bottle absolutely free. That's only $33 a month, a tremendous savings off the typical $100 a month for comparable products. Plus, you receive a free audio cassette tape on the incredible benefits of HGH. So, call Great American Products now at 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. One more time, 1-800-557-4627. Gold is absolutely going crazy. Have you been watching the markets lately? When the European central banks recently announced they'd not continue to sell gold in unlimited quantities, it literally unleashed a flood of buying activity by investors. Gold is not only the ultimate Y2K protection, but it's also an ideal hedge against the falling stock market. Many experts are now predicting gold could go back to $800 per ounce, maybe even higher. So if you've been thinking about owning some gold, now's the time to do it. If you have not been thinking about it, you ought to. I own gold myself, and I want you to call my friends at David Hall's North American Trading right now and ask for the free information about what's happening to gold. That's 1-800-359-4255. Remember, this is absolutely free. Call today, 1-800-359-4255.
Quitting's such a huge step. I don't think I can do it. Have you heard a smoker say that? Have you thought it? Well, with Nicoderm CQ, there is no one huge step. CQ has 3 steps, so you step down your dose gradually. That's the method doctors and pharmacists prefer. Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit. Success improves with behavioral programs. Results vary. Use as directed.
Anybody out there want to send me email? Well, you can do it at mindspring.com. Art Bell at mindspring.com, and it's because it's a better place. 56K connections. People who care about you when you call. They have the spaminated. It'll get rid of all that junk email. Who wants that anyway? And on and on and on and on. There are a million reasons why this is a better place to be. I'm there. You should be there. They won from PC Computing Magazine, a very prestigious computer magazine, 2 years in a row. The best internet provider. They will give you, you call up and you order 1 month of service, and they will give you 2 additional months free of charge. That's the deal. And there's more. With the unlimited account, you get an email box not just for yourself, but for your mates and your children, no matter how many you may have. So, call MindSpring right now, and you'll be in a better place. It's 1-888-677-7464. That's 1-888-677-7464. We're almost done. I'm backed up a little, obviously. One more, and then it's back to the phones. Are you overweight? Would you like to lose a guaranteed average 8 to 10 pounds in the next month? Well, we know fiber sweeps fat out of your digestive tract like a broom as a natural course of events. But a new fiber, chitosan, natural because it is derived from shellfish, not only sweeps out fat, but listen to me, 10 times as much fat as any other fiber. So it allows this amazing guarantee. Here it is. Eat as you normally do, not more, just as you normally do, no great sacrifice. Order a 90-day supply of Chito Slim. With it, you get an antioxidant moisturizing cream free of charge. Call 1-800-557-4627. Now the guarantee. If you don't lose 8 to 10 pounds in the next month, you get all your money back, and you keep the cream. It's not available in stores, but you can get it by calling 1-800-557-4627. That's Great American Products at 1-800-557-4627. You've got nothing to lose but the fat. Did you figure it out? Listen to the voice and tell me who this is.
Guess there's no use.
It's Andy Williams, and it's an awfully pretty song, one that a lot of people have forgotten about.
Call up some girl I used to know.
I'm just like it. I've been on this great search for the music of the millennium, this millennium, and I wonder what it's going to be like in the next millennium. Probably unbearable. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, this is Jim. I'm from Michigan.
Hi, Jim.
Hi.
Your telephone connection is not too good, Jim.
Okay. I was calling, you know how you were talking about all these cities that are suing gun manufacturers?
Yes.
Well, I'm a truck driver, and if my wife gets pregnant in my truck, I might be able to sue the truck manufacturer for building the truck?
No, but you might be able to sue the truck manufacturer for 18 years of child support.
Yeah, same idea, you know where I'm going.
Where are you going?
I'm heading home right now. But,
You're headed home now?
yeah.
Well, give it a try. I mean, there's lawyers out there, they'll take anything.
Well, you know what I mean. It's just the same idea, you know, how they're suing the manufacturers for making the gun.
No, I fully understand. Go ahead and do it. And when little Mac is about 3 years old, why, he'll never have a problem. Be fixed for life.
All right.
Take care.
Thanks a lot.
His wife gets pregnant in the truck. Suppose it could be the truck's fault, right? All that vibration. I don't know. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh my goodness, thanks, Lev. I figured out the formula to get into your show. I'm so proud of myself. This is Jan from Sacramento, California.
Yes, Jim.
Now, this is pertaining to Dr. Crystal.
Yes.
I almost got in on the wild card line that time, but missed it. I'm an avid sky gazer. And one night, a couple of us were out back, and I hope you can answer this for me, because or send me the right direction.
I can try.
Okay, we were out back watching up in the sky, and we saw a satellite going by, and we're commenting on it. Oh, check it out, satellite.
Right.
And it started zigzagging. We said, oh, drunk satellite.
A drunk satellite.
And it zigzagged about 4 times.
Occam's razor would not point you toward saying, "Oh, a drunk satellite."
But it was just bizarre. Well, we were drinking, so it seemed appropriate at the time.
I see.
So it zigzagged, and then it shot upwards and left some colored streak of light. I do not recall. It flashed.
Are you sure that it wasn't when you were falling down? It shot upwards.
Believe me, there was a pool around it. I would have been soaking wet, and it would have been a whole different story. Another talk show, even. But has anyone seen, is that type of thing that gets reported often, or is that, I mean...
Most people who, yes. I mean, we hear a lot of that, but not from people who admit they were imbibing. Because, you know, that usually ruins the story. Most people go, oh, yeah, I was drunk as a skunk, sure.
That's why I want to give some validity to it, because I knew there was someone out there who could say, yes, this is true, because everyone who knows me says, oh, well, I can't, whatever. There's a falling star. You don't see a falling star goes from one end of the horizon to the other and disappear before the tree line.
Yep. Nope.
So,
it's all true.
And one more question, this over the bow shot, I remember a long time ago you were speaking about this, and I got in and I asked a really obscure question, and you hung up on me before I could get my real question in.
What was your real question?
About the over the bow shot, when you're talking about satellites being knocked out by shots over the sun, I can't recall exactly the wording you used. Just the extreme heat, you know, like licking the earth, kind of.
Oh, Ed Dame's kill shot and the over the bow shot.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. What about it?
What is the over the bow shot exactly? I never could get that answer.
Well, in naval parlance, over the bow means a warning shot. In other words, if you are at sea and you want to fire a shot across the bow of an enemy, to let them know next time it's going right down the mainsail or whatever.
I see. So it's
it's like a warning shot. So that's what that means.
I see.
Does that help you?
Yeah, it did. You know, I was telling my boyfriend said tonight how sometimes your shows is entertaining, but sometimes it makes you scared to go to sleep, and tonight is one of those nights.
No, if I were you, I wouldn't go to sleep. I mean, if you think it's going to be a problem, then it may well be.
My God, you know, I've never had so much actual things come from your show, and I say it to somebody else, and say, well, the Bible says that. Oh my gosh, don't
compare this to the Bible.
No, but people have confirmed everything that I've brought up. And I already know, I had my mom move some stocks that she had because of the prediction about the stocks and the government bonds going to nothingness in the future.
I never made any such prediction.
Well, it was something to that effect. Like,
it's never going to go to nothingness. We have a good, strong economy.
Well, this is way back in like a year and a half ago.
And if the market keeps going the way it's going right now, the president will be saying that soon. The economy is sound.
Well, of course, it's all propaganda, but we're not getting into that. But anyhow, no, some things that you predict, the show has had your predictions that have been on. I have told people about, and they've come true, and they believe,
Mm-hmm.
So, they sometimes do your kooks, and I say, you don't listen to them, do you? No. Well, therefore, don't judge. You TV did.
That's right.
So anyway, Art, I'm glad that you're back on the air, and,
Whenever they say anything like that, throw the Bible at them. All right, I've got to go.
yes, take care. Good night.
Good night. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, sir. Art,
Yes, sir.
you say you're looking for truth. I have a question for you.
All right.
If someone could send you a dream through prayer and fasting, a specific dream, and then that as a bona fide, would you listen to that person on truth?
Well, here's the problem with that. Now, you're saying you could send me a dream.
I could fast and request God to send you a dream, and,
Right.
and then discuss truth with you.
Right. But if you were to tell me, in essence, what the dream was, which you would have to do to prove it to me, you would be subconsciously suggesting to me that I have this dream. So when I have the dream, how would I know that you didn't simply subconsciously suggest it to me?
Okay.
And it didn't come from God at all?
That's fair, and here's my answer.
Okay.
You'll have a specific dream about a man dressed a certain way, and in his hand he'll have a certain thing. You'll get on the air after you've had that dream several times and call for this man who's dressed a certain way.
Yes.
I'll then call you back and tell you what the man was wearing, what he had in his hand, and what he said to you in the dream. Then will you listen?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's impressive.
You've got 2.5 months.
To live or to dream?
No, 2.5 months. Within that time period, that'll give me time
I see.
to purify and fast and pray. Because if you are really interested in truth, brother, you're in a position to lead a lot of people.
Well, have at it.
Okay?
All right. Have at it. Yep. See you later. That's pretty good. He had the answer ready. I mean, that was the problem, that he would have subconsciously suggested what I dreamed. But he only told me. It's like ripping a $100 bill in half, right? That's pretty good. We'll see. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, let me get the radio.
Yes.
No, that's
Good.
Art here. Yeah, I've got some answers for you. The questions that you've asked and nobody's ever given you a satisfactory answer.
Well, give me the question first.
Okay, first, your question that you like to ask Christians of what's going to happen to all these people that never heard of Christ.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Christians are always saying they're doomed.
Well, that's not quite what the Bible says. I know you say you've read the Bible cover to cover. I've spent many tens of thousands of hours, and that sounds like a big number, but I kind of worked it out one day just to see what it was, and it was multiple tens of thousands of hours in studying the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing's going to happen to everybody. Yeah, simple as that. The Bible flat out says that Christ died for the sins of the world, not for the sins of an elite group of individuals.
I thought it was the sins of men.
Well, of mankind.
I realize I only read it once, but it was man, not the world, right?
Well, of mankind. The term of the world speaking of all people of the world.
Mankind, yes.
Yeah.
Right, yes, but there are certain religions that nevertheless interpret all of this to mean that those who do not have the word are cooked.
That's not what it says, though.
Literally.
But that's not really what
Well, I know,
it
but
says.
that's what they
What
teach.
you have here is perjuration through purgation.
Okay.
The Bible has been, in essence...
Look, you're preaching to the choir here. I mean, I'm with you. I think that it's a bunch of baloney, and if there is saving to be going on, it's good for everybody. So I'm with you.
Okay, well, here's another one.
No, yes.
Okay, you asked what happened, or what took place right before the Big Bang.
That's right.
Simply...
Now, the Bible does not cover that.
Yes, it does, in essence.
Where?
How about John? The book of John, right at the very beginning.
Genesis. Let's begin with Genesis.
Genesis isn't the beginning of time.
Well,
the book of John starts with the beginning of time, not Genesis. Genesis starts with the recreation. Because what it says is in the beginning, in Genesis, in the beginning, God created heaven and the earth.
That's right.
And the earth became... the word there, it could be translated either became or was, and everybody likes to use was, but you have to go with became, tohu and bohu, which means desolate and in confusion. And God said, I am not the creator of confusion. Therefore, you have to, since he did not create confusion, you have to go with the translation of the word that it became desolate.
All right, but where do you find a description of what was prior to the creation of all that is.
The book of John.
And what does it say in there that
Okay, it starts out with, in the beginning was the Word, which, by the way, means frequency modulator. See, and that was Christ's original.
what do you mean it means frequency modulator?
It's given as a title. God always.
See, now you're beginning, now you're putting interpretations on it.
Not really.
Yes, really.
The
word could be
pretty much everybody accepts.
The word could be frequency modulated or amplitude modulated, or even frequency shift keyed.
Well, can I complete what I was trying to say? Then you'll understand it.
Yeah.
So, okay. Now, I'm sure you're aware that the Bible says that Christ spoke everything into existence. See? That's why he was called the Word, the speaker, in other words, or in modern day language, frequency modulator. And that was his function in the very beginning.
No, I don't see where you get frequency modulator. You're making that part up.
I'm making it up.
Well,
I'm trying to put it into an understandable.
Well, that's okay. Well, I appreciate the call, but sorry. When you say it is clearly defined what existed prior to the Big Bang, and you say the word, then, well, okay. But when you add frequency modulated, then, you're going past the point where I would be willing to accept that you're just reading something to me that describes what was prior to everything. Modulation. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
You want to extinguish the
All right.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
John from El Segundo, which is just south of the LA International Airport, listening to you on Kogo.
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering, what you think, do you think we're going to be smart enough with the coming election to maybe figure that the Republicans and Democrats are just different versions of the same thing, and maybe...
No.
Yeah?
No.
Because...
not a chance.
I think there's enough organizations like, Gun Owners of America, Gun Owners of California, that are just so tired of being, having people just take the rights and freedoms away.
Well, how do you think that's happening? It's happening because they are the minority, not the majority.
Yeah.
The significant minority, as a matter of fact. We've been talking tonight about, for example, Colt. Now, Colt is like the oldest name in guns.
Mm-hmm.
Probably in the world. Well, maybe not the world, but certainly this country, Colt. And they're going to stop manufacturing an awful lot of what they've been manufacturing. The gun that won the West is going to stop, the 45 caliber automatic, which has been the stable of military men for I don't know how long now. All of that is going to stop.
Well, it just seems like a heck of a shame that people want to give up this fight, because I think there's still a chance of winning it, but maybe I'm just a little Don Quixote.
I don't think in the long term. I think in the long term it is going to be lost. But fortunately, that will really be after you and I are gone.
Well, I remember a few, 10 years or so back in California, we had a thing called Proposition 15, and they were trying to take away Second Amendment freedoms, and they tagged something else on there that really ticked off a bunch of motorcycle people, and enough people got upset about it, and they actually kept it from going through.
Now, the thing about propositions in California is that they are proposed, they are voted on, frequently voted for, and then they immediately go to the courts where the will of the people is immediately struck down.
Well, I've heard that from a lot of people, too, that don't vote because they say, hey, I voted for this and I voted for that.
Well, do you blame them for getting ticked off? They vote for something, it wins, and then the courts throw it out. Now, what form of representative democracy is that?
Well,
you tell me.
Kind of sad. Maybe people should be looking more towards the Libertarian or the Jesse Ventura or something like that.
I know, but they won't. They'll do the same old thing. You want to bet dollars to donuts, it's going to be Gore or Bush. Probably Bush. Hey, say goodnight. Show's over.
Good night. Insomniacs everywhere.
All right. Richard C. Hoagland and Tom Van Flanderen tomorrow night. Good night.
Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or whatever the case may be, wherever you are, across all these many prolific time zones, from the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains in the west, eastward to the Caribbean, south into South America, north to the pole, worldwide on the internet, and I guess all the ships at sea, because I get a lot of email from ships. Top of the morning, everybody, and welcome to the largest live overnight talk show in America. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. And boy, is it going to be an interesting evening. It is, in this time zone, still Memorial Day. And before I cover what I first want to cover, which is very significant, I want to note that it is Memorial Day, remains so, and 1,200,000 Americans have died in wars. And to include virtually everybody, what do we then have? An end of war? An end of individual nations? I'm not exactly sure. But as NATO expands, eventually it includes everything. What then does it become? What is NATO protecting us against? China for a while? North Korea? Cuba? What? So, I'm not exactly sure what the nature of the organization is going to be as it expands. My mom wrote me a letter. She apparently was listening to another talk show, and they were talking about a nurse's memorial, and she almost picked up the phone and called that talk show. Quoting from my mom's letter now, the National Women's Memorial being built at the gateway to Arlington National Cemetery. I used to walk there every day when I was stationed at Marine Corps headquarters in Arlington. The memorial will be dedicated on October 16th through the 19th. And I have received a deluge of letters from World War II women veterans. There's an example on page 2, and I've got that here. These letters ask that I, 1, support the ceremonies, and 2, attend the dedication. I suddenly realized that this was national news and therefore worthy of your attention. This is from my mom now. Since 4 members of our family were in the service, you in Vietnam, your dad and I in World War II, and your grandfather in World War I, you are a natural to support this affair. If you are willing to give some airtime to this over the weekend, which of course I couldn't because I'm just now live, I'll put the information together and fax it to you. If this weren't a national cause, I wouldn't even mention it. But I think the people putting the affair together would be grateful for the support, as well as veterans of World War I, their families and friends. Now, here are some of the veteran and state groups planning reunions to coincide with the dedication activities. Air Force Women Officers, United Daughters of the Confederacy, Women's Marine Association, Women's Military Aviators, and SPARS. What do you think? Love to Mom. And here is a letter my mom received. Dear Mrs. Bell, what a delight to hear you again this week on Art's radio program. That was a year ago, almost. I wanted to call, but the hour was short, and it passed quickly. Since you served in the military, I am curious to know if you are a member of WIMSA. If so, do you plan to attend the Women's Memorial Dedication events in Washington, D.C. next October 16th, 17th, and 18th? I've enclosed a copy of the dedication survey that I filled out earlier this week. Both my brothers served in the Navy. I served in both the WAAC and WAC, first in Albany, New York, and finally in Stockton Army Air Force Field, California. At the present time, I am a PhD candidate and looking into career options. Would love to hear from you. All my best, Art and Ramona. Sincerely, Helen Wallace. So, there you have it. There is going to be, in fact, a very large women's military memorial dedicated in October. Over this past weekend, there was one dedicated in West Palm Beach, Florida, a women's memorial, but this will be the big one in October. So it sounds like my mom may be part of that. In a moment, I've had, up until today, one UFO sighting in my life. Today we had number 2. And I'm going to tell you about it in a moment. And I'm going to bring my wife on the air because because I deal in this kind of material, it's hard for me to report on this kind of thing myself. I don't like it. I don't like having to do it, but what I saw today was very clear, not ambiguous at all, and I will describe it in hopes of some of you having seen it. Our feeling is on Memorial Day, a lot of people were out probably barbecuing and doing whatever they were doing in this part of the country. And surely we could not have been the only ones to have seen what we saw. We will describe it in a moment.
Now we take you back to the night of May 26, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
Well, all right, folks, here it comes for whatever it's worth. We had a hell of an experience today. Let me bring my wife online if I can. My wife's name is Ramona. She's rarely on the air. Let's see if I can get your mic working. Say something.
Very rarely on the air.
Okay. All right, there she is. Here's what happened today, folks. It was about, I think, about 11:40 in the morning, would you say?
Yeah, about 11:40.
About 11:40. And we were getting ready to go out and get some sun. And so I said, "Hon, why don't you go close the gate?"
Yes. Yeah.
And you said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Yeah.
So we walked down to close. We've got a gate that closes and slides closed. And we went down and closed the gate and started back up toward the house. And it is not an infrequent sight out here. I mean, we've got very wide horizons. We're in the middle of the very serious desert out here. And so you see a lot of sky. And it is not unusual for us to see a lot of jet activity at high altitudes. So I looked up, we both looked up, well actually first I think I did, at a contrail. And it was something leaving a contrail going like a bat out of hell from the east, let me get this straight, east-southeast to the west-northwest. And just to a bit north of the Verde Valley. Now, so far not unusual, but I stood there looking at it about halfway up the driveway, saying, God, that thing is going high. And I thought for a second, you know, it might be a launch. It was gaining altitude so quickly and already at a high altitude that I thought I might be seeing a launch. So I said to my wife, let's get the binoculars and go look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I ran inside and got the binoculars and came outside, and I've got a very, very good set of binoculars, and I was able to resolve the fact that it was a jet aircraft of some kind. I could not resolve what kind. It left a double contrail. Maybe that will help some of you decide what kind it was. I don't know. But it left a big double contrail. And big why. That's what made me notice it. And as we were standing in the backyard, and I was looking at this jet, what did you say?
I was looking at the same contrail, but as I was watching the jet go up, making contrail, I noticed just below it something shining. And I said, what is that? Just, what is that? It was very curious.
And what it was, I looked too, and you could see it with your naked eye at that point. It was a cylindrical, round object. The sun at this point was high, but still behind it, not quite being up in the middle of the sky yet. So the sun could not have been reflecting on it. As a matter of fact, it didn't reflect on the jet.
No.
And this object was glowing like a 100-watt light bulb in front of you.
Literally.
I mean, actually, it was so, I would say, what would you say, silver in color?
Silverish.
Yeah. And it was tracking with the jet for a while, behind it, tracking with the contrail. And then it stopped.
Like it I hate to say it, like we were, it noticed we were noticing it.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either,
But it stopped anyway. It stopped dead cold. And at that point, I got the binoculars on it, and it resolved to be much larger, but still just a round, cylindrical, extremely bright. I would say glowing is more of the right term. Now, I have no way of judging how high that jet was, except to tell you we heard no noise. So I'm guessing at
it couldn't be a commercial liner.
40, 50,000 feet easily, maybe more. And this object made no noise, none. And I think how long did we stand out there handing the binoculars back and forth and watching this damn thing?
Well, total about 6 minutes. Total.
4 to 6 minutes, somewhere in there, a long time. And finally, it left its sitting position and, like a bat out of hell, started going south and gaining altitude. And at that point, I began to lose track of it. My wife, who has better eyes, no doubt, than I do, she was able to hold on to it as it went up in altitude. We did not lose it at the horizon.
No.
We lost it at altitude. It turned into what? Like just a pinpoint, and then finally, gone. And so there it is, folks, our second sighting. Now, we both were, what's the right word?
Awake.
Awake, yeah, we were awake, all right. And it occurred to us first to make some calls.
Which we did.
And what was the first number you got me?
Nellis Air Force.
Nellis, that's right. I called Nellis, and they said, we have had nothing in the air for about an hour. Now, what I was going on here was the fact that this was obviously a military jet, and it seemed to me that somebody would be tracking a military jet, first choice, Nellis Air Force Base, and that since this object was so close to the contrail, not, by the way, in it, but near it, it should have been obvious to anybody on radar that there was something there. So we called Nellis, and they said, no, they haven't had anything in the air for an hour.
So they're denying their own aircraft.
Or at least an aircraft in their airspace, yeah. And I also think that they would be aware of an aircraft, even if it didn't originate the flight at Nellis, which I doubt it did because of the altitude. It certainly was in their airspace, so I can't imagine why they would not have tracked the military jet, minus the object we're talking about here. So then I called the local sheriff's office here to see if anybody else had seen it or reported it. Zero. Then you got me the number for McCarran,
National Air
and we had no luck there. And then finally we got the number for
Edwards Air Force.
Edwards Air Force Base. That was my next thought, that surely they would be tracking it at Edwards. And I got to the control tower at Edwards and did not identify myself on purpose. This is kind of a funny story. And the fellow said, no, we're just in the tower. We don't have radar here. We optically observe from the tower, which I find also strange. Surely there must be radar at Edwards.
Well,
so
government cutbacks couldn't cut back that much.
Yeah, that's right. The fellow was very nice, and at the end he said, by the way, what's your name? And I said, my name's Art Bell. And he said, oh, I know you. Which is why I didn't give my name in the first place. So, there you got it. It was cylindrical. I'd hesitate calling it a saucer, but it was certainly in that shape.
Mm-hmm.
It was glowing intensely and moved very, very fast. And then when it finally decided that it was going to gain altitude, it went up and became a dot and went poof and was gone that fast. So, as well as tracking to the south. So those movements, you know, I thought, well, maybe this jet somehow let out a flare as they do, you know, for practice or whatever. But that was no flare. And here's what I would like to do, if I can. I would like to allow any of you to ask any questions you have. But most of all, you know, it was Memorial Day. So I figure a lot of people had to be out barbecuing, enjoying the day. And because of the altitude that all of this occurred, it seems to me that it would have been seen widely, maybe in Las Vegas,
Mount Charleston,
probably west into parts of California, maybe into the Yucca Valley. You know, I really don't know. But at that kind of altitude, all of this should have been obvious to more than just the two of us. We were dumbfounded, I guess is the right word. So, if I can, for just a little while here, folks, either allow you to ask questions of either one of us, but most of all, I want to restrict 2 lines, please. The first-time caller line, for anybody who also saw this same object. If anybody out there saw this same object, we really want to know about it. And the west of the Rockies line would be the next logical one to restrict. So I'm also going to restrict that. And we're only going to do this for about a half hour. But what we saw was really intense, huh?
Yeah, to say the least.
So west of the Rockies, it's 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. So there you got it. For whatever it's worth, we saw it. It was real. And
rather bothersome.
you don't like those things.
No, I don't like that. But I guess what bothers me more than anything else is that you're usually prepared to see something like this at night, but never in broad daylight.
Right, never in broad daylight. That's right. And it is the first object of its sort I have ever seen in broad daylight. At night, it would have been
acceptable.
It would have been dramatic, but acceptable. It would have just been a light. But gosh, this was very serious. And I have a hard time believing that the radar installations didn't see it. Or I have also a hard time believing that somehow, maybe I didn't connect with the right person at Edwards. So I guess a second appeal might be to any air traffic controller in either Las Vegas or at Nellis.
Hughes Tower.
Hughes Tower, maybe.
Sky Tower Airport.
Any of them.
Yeah, it could have been seen at any of those airports.
Right. It was, again, at 11:40. I guess we probably watched through 11:50 in total, probably about 10 minutes. Those are Pacific time. So if anybody out there, air controller or person, knows anything about what occurred today, I would very, very much appreciate a telephone call. And once again, if the audience would please cooperate, I'm restricting 2 lines to anybody who actually either saw or knows about this object. West of the Rockies, 1-800-618-8255. And if everybody else would please just sort of lay back for a minute, we're going to try to...
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997.
Good morning. I am Art Bell, and my wife Ramona is with me. Kind of an unusual circumstance, but the whole day has been really a strange day. And by the way, I guess I better not say that. I was about to say I have some evidence of the phone calls I made, but I will leave it at that.
Now we take you back to the night of May 26, 1997, on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
All right, once again, my wife Ramona is present and accounted for.
Here I am.
And we're going to take some calls and see if anybody else out there saw anything like we just spent the last 20 minutes describing. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello. Where are you, sir?
I'm in southern New Mexico. My name's Tracy. I'm a deputy sheriff.
Yes, Tracy.
When I was listening to you a little earlier, it kind of struck a note with me, and I think something very similar to what you said you saw yesterday. You said you were trying to think just exactly what it was. It was close to noon, I think. But we live in some high-density air traffic. The east-west lanes go right up the top of where we're at. We used to see aircraft all the time in contrails, but this particular contrail was going from east to west.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens quite often. They launch missiles from White Sands over into California. I'm not sure where they land, but somewhere up there. But this was an unusual contrail in that it was doubled, and I think that's what really caught my interest to begin with.
Right.
And as I watched it, it was a very fast aircraft. That's what really struck me. It was very high. I don't know how to judge the altitude, but it was way up there, higher than the normal traffic would be. And at a point which would be just almost at 12 o'clock right over the top of my head, I noticed another bright object, but this object was stationary, which really startled me.
You got it.
And what happened was, what really struck me as strange is this object began to backtrail the contrail. In other words, it began to travel from west to east. In other words, contrail was going from east to west, but it was backtracking from west to east. It went that way for some distance. And then what appeared to me, it looked to me, and it was very difficult for me to tell just exactly what happened. It happened so fast, but it acted like it veered towards the south at an extremely high rate of speed. And it just was a very unusual thing. I thought it was unusual to see aircraft, contrail, or I don't know whether it's aircraft or whether it's a missile.
You're a deputy sheriff?
Yes, I am.
Boy, do we appreciate your call.
Yes, we sure do.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, sir. So there you are. There's one, folks. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Guy in Rosewood, California.
Hi, Guy.
Hi. I may have seen what you saw on a different day. I'm a musician. I was traveling down from Jackpot, Nevada, which is the upper right-hand corner of the state, down to Hawthorne. Unfortunately, went down 306 and were detoured and got stuck with a flat. It was around 10 or 11 p.m. on May 12th.
At night?
Yes. And
listen, sir.
Helicopters that.
Sir?
Yes.
I really appreciate this report, but we're looking for something. We're looking for confirmation of what we saw earlier today. Actually, in our time zone.
Gotcha.
All right. I appreciate your report, but thank you very much. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, you're on the air.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand which line was on. I was listening to everyone else. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Fran. I'm in more or less the middle of Arizona, in the Verde Valley.
Yes, ma'am.
During the day today, when I was supposed to be paying attention to what I was supposed to be paying attention to, working outside, building a fence, started watching in broad daylight, very bright, glowing object at a very high altitude, parked up there, stationary. There were the two contrails running roughly east-west, maybe at a diagonal a little bit, and this thing started moving. It was swinging just like it was on a pendulum.
Oh, that's exactly right. Now, see, we hadn't said that, but I saw that too. Did you, hon? Kind of moving as it was stationary, but it was sort of...
Just
to be honest with you,
yeah,
I noticed
swinging.
it stopping, and I noticed it was moving from, it was backtracking the contrail, as the deputy sheriff had said, and then it started moving south after it stopped again.
And climbing like crazy.
Mm-hmm. But the swinging, I guess I wasn't paying that much attention to it, except to try to keep.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to notice as you look, for example, with binoculars. You're swinging a little bit, so it's hard to say whether it was precisely stationary or moving a little bit, ma'am. But go ahead.
Yes, and I didn't have any glasses or anything to be able to see any better, and the light down here is intense anyway. But it was very prominent. You could really see it and glow. My goodness, the thing stood out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
It was really up there, and it was backtracking, and pretty soon, at a great rate of speed, took off toward the northeast along these double contrails. And after just a little while, this started in, or I noticed it anyway, at about 5 minutes after 11. I stood there and watched from about 5 after 11 till a quarter to 12. And after, probably 10 minutes or so, this one object was joined by 4 others.
Ooh. Well,
there were 4 more.
We did not see that. Now, of course, you are west of us.
Yeah, there were 4 more up there, and the upshot of the thing was it was like a bunch of bird dogs tracking. And they were in the swinging mode, like they were suspended on a string and swinging back and forth. And pretty soon they got into a tight cluster, and you could see this whole bunch of glowing objects, and they were backtracking along this contrail. And then pretty soon it was as if somebody clapped their hands and startled them all. And the whole mass of 5 took off more or less in a tight clutch toward, let's see, it'd be our southeast at a great rate of speed and very high altitude.
All right, well, look, we very, very much appreciate your report. Thank you. We saw only one object, and as I say, this thing was glowing. I mean, not just a little bit, but
a lot.
But a lot. It like there was a field about it, or, you know, I couldn't tell you what would make that glow.
It couldn't be a reflection, but it looked like someone shining a flashlight off a mirror.
Yeah, exactly right. That bright. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Art. I live in Henderson, Nevada.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I was at 11:38 this morning. I was up on Black Mountain looking at my new house that's getting built. And it so happens to be just east of Sky Harbor Airport, and I've basically got a view of the whole Vegas Valley.
Right.
And you see jets all the time, and what you may have seen is like all these commercial jets that come out of San Diego and L.A. I see them all the time up there. And
no, it was not commercial. I was able to resolve it with the binoculars, and it was clearly military. I couldn't call the kind of jet, but it was a small military jet.
Okay, so it was small, but, you know, what I seen this morning was, you know, I was having trouble with the sun where I was catching, if you know where the second set of aerials is up on Black Mountain, it's the ones that would be west towards you, toward Potosi.
Yeah, I've been there.
Okay, you've been there, yeah, probably so. So, yeah, I saw what you seen, but what I saw was really, it was more a flat, gray, kind of silver look.
Yeah, it did look silver.
It was kind of more of a flat look. I was having more trouble with the sun maybe than you were.
Well, we moved to the shade when we first noticed it, so we could see it.
Yeah, we moved into the shade of the house, right?
Yeah.
But you saw the object, the cylindrical object?
Yeah, and to me it looked, it didn't have round corners, but it was long and rectangular, cylindrical, and yeah, it was really tailing pretty far behind the whatever the jet was, and as it went towards you, toward the northwest, over past Potosi and over Mount Charleston, it seemed to speed up a little bit.
Yep, you got it. That was it.
Yeah, and what trouble I had was as it moved toward the northwest, we had quite a bit of construction dust where I was up in Center Ridge and Green Valley Ranch, and I kind of lost sight of it.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It is, without a doubt, the second great sighting of my life. Of our lives, yeah. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Clint in Anchorage, Alaska.
Yes, Clint. We're trying to hold this line open, Clint, for people who saw what we saw.
I understand, and I'll say right off the bat that I didn't, but I may be able to educate you a little bit about the apparent ignorance of the air traffic controllers as to what you saw, or that they weren't controlling or were unaware of the traffic that you saw.
Okay.
If the high-speed jet traffic that you saw was at any altitude at all.
Big altitude, yeah.
Yeah, and if it was high enough to be conning, it would not have been under the control of a tower controller. It would have been under the control of what they call an ARTCC, which when you hear it on the radio, they refer to it as center. You know, an airliner will call Los Angeles Center or Seattle Center or whatever.
Okay, well, that's one of the appeals I'm making. I appreciate your input. So somebody at one of those centers.
Exactly. If it was over southern Nevada like that, it would have been Los Angeles Center. And if it was working towards the northwest, like you said, it would eventually work in Oakland Center's airspace.
Okay, well, maybe somebody at one of those centers saw something or knows something and can help out. Thank you very much. He's exactly right. And if anybody in one of those disciplines, air traffic controllers, or at one of the centers can help us out, I would appreciate it. Now, you can send me email at artbell@aol.com. You can fax us, particularly if you saw this, we would enjoy getting a fax. This was a non-trivial, daytime, serious sighting, and I guess we sat and talked about it for about the rest of the day.
Yeah, we did. And, to be very honest with you, this is something that we don't go out, we don't solicit this, we don't go out seeking UFOs or anything else. We don't know if it was or not, but to be honest with you folks, it disturbs me greatly to have to say it, because these are the things, I accept this anyway as something that will occur in our lifetimes. There will be some kind of encounters with things that
you don't understand.
We don't understand. And if I can be accepting of it, but yet be disturbed like this, I can imagine what it's going to do to people who see it and don't accept it.
Actually, I experienced what I think a lot of other people experience who have seen these things. You get on the phone and you start calling people, and you get absolutely nowhere fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to use my name. It was kind of humorous. I didn't want to use my name. Simply because of the kind of program that I do that deals with this kind of material. So I didn't use my name. And the guy at Edwards, at the end of the conversation, said, you mind if I ask your name? And I said, Art Bell. And he said, oh, I know you. I used to listen to you in Alaska. So that came out of the blue, as well as the object we saw. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Art, my name is Ron, and I've got a little bit of a shocker for you. We saw about 4 or 5 of them.
When?
Tonight. I went with 4 guys to go camping in 2 different vehicles. We went up to Zion, and we were coming back tonight. And just probably about 20 miles away from, Glendale?
Yes.
We noticed a green flash, like what happened about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And the car in front of me, which was my friend's, I didn't know if they saw it or not, and I thought, well, if I pull them over and tell them, they'll think I'm crazy. But long story short, we pulled over to the side, and it had to have been like North Nellis Range or something, because we saw these objects that were like just floating, I don't know, maybe it looked like a couple 100 feet above the ground. And there was 2 of them, well actually there was 3 at first, and then one of them kind of disappeared, and as it was leaving, it had a red flashing light. And I looked at it and I said, that's not an airplane, that's not a helicopter, there's no noise.
All right, sir. Well, I appreciate the report. It's not the same object, but maybe there is now an indication of a wider, sudden group of sightings that are going on. And, so I don't discount what he said. It's not the same object, obviously. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello there, Mr. Bell. I'm calling from Honolulu.
Honolulu?
Uh-huh.
Yes, could you...
Well, I just wanted to let you know what it is. It's R6413, and that is the new Area 51. And if you look at the very front cover of this month's Popular Magazine...
Oh, I'm very well aware of the story, sir. We've dealt with it already. Thank you. They, by the way, as far as I'm concerned, they have not moved Area 51. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening. Calling from Vancouver, Stephen.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, I saw the craft that was leaving the 2 jet streams, or whatever you want to call them. What, did you get a good look at that? Or was that more of a missile from what that fellow was saying?
I don't understand what you mean.
He's talking about the original craft that we were looking at leaving the contrails.
I saw it about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock last night.
You did?
Yeah.
All the way up there?
Yeah, well, at first there was like lights, the sound on a stage when the lights come on, like a poof?
Yeah, sure.
Well, there was about 4 of those, and it was cloudy overhead, but there was a sunset in the west, and that's where the lights were. And then all of a sudden over top, it was like, I couldn't see the craft, but I mean, and it was very low. It was about maybe 500 feet above.
Okay, this is an entirely different sighting then, sir. Thank you very much. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hey, yes.
I was sitting on my deck this afternoon. I'm in Colorado.
Okay.
I was sitting on my deck. Well, it was like maybe late morning, 11 or so,
Yes.
and I heard this really loud jet, okay? And I've been here 11 years, and I've never gotten up to look for a jet. And I stood up, and I'm looking around the sky. We had a lot of clouds today. And I couldn't see anything, but it was just vibrating through the house.
Well, jets do fly, ma'am.
Not here.
No?
Not here.
Well, they do fly in Colorado. Witness the A-10 that went down. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
We were out in Toronto today, over on our little street called Savoy Boulevard. You'll know where that is.
Actually, I don't, but that's fine.
Okay, anyway. It was about 11:30, and gals were in the house watching Jenny Jones. Me and Laird come out and started getting barbecue ready. And we happened to look up, and he had the cheap set knockers. I wish he had some better ones, but we seen the same thing. We told the wife about it when they come out, and they thought we'd been drinking too many Bud Riders, but he hadn't even started yet.
What did you see, sir? Are you here in Toronto now?
I'm in Las Vegas, but
Las Vegas.
we have friends in Toronto.
All right. What exactly did you see?
Well, I'm a person who likes to just look up all the time about aircraft. I've seen what appeared to me to be a military aircraft, just like you described.
Right.
And then what appeared to me to be just a silver, round thing, maybe, I don't know, from the distance, maybe the size of a football field. Take off. That's just for a few moments. And then we looked back at the jet, and there was a second one there.
Yeah, we didn't see a second one.
Yeah, it was like it was hiding behind the jet.
Yeah, we didn't see that.
Pardon?
We did not see that.
Yeah.
We stood and watched the jet for quite a while.
Yeah, it was going, but the cylinder, like I said, with the distance it was, we figured, me and Larry decided it had to be the size of a football field, and it was kind of round in shape and silver.
Well, it was all that for us too, and glowing, but I sure wouldn't say football field. Now,
this is very unusual because he could have very easily seen a multiple, because we were just concerned with one object after the aircraft. And when you're trying to track one small thing up in the sky and concentrate on that, you're not paying attention to everything else.
That's right. We were intently watching that particular area. So there you are, and I think, we've been able to take a few phone calls, obviously not many. The best way to proceed, I think, with this, of course, I called Peter Davenport immediately at the Seattle UFO Reporting Center and gave my own report. But the best way, I think, to proceed with this now is to invite any of you who actually saw this object, the same one we saw, to fax us or email us or send us a letter or whatever. Again, the fax number is area code 702-727-8499. And do you have anything to add?
Yeah, well, don't bring me back on here for another incident like this. I mean, it's all right. I like being on the air with you, Beck, but not under these circumstances. I mean, it's a little pressing for me.
Yeah. How long ago did we see that other thing? So long ago.
It would be almost 4 years ago.
Almost 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. I'm going to soon be 52 years old, and this is the second object I've seen in my whole life. And I won't make you say your age, but I think it's only the second one you've seen, isn't it?
Yeah, same here.
All right. Well, there you are, folks. No question about it. We really saw a beaut today.
Mm-hmm.
Memorial Day, so I suspect a lot of the rest of you saw it as well, and we would like confirmation. Thanks, son. All right, that's it, folks. We're going to break, and then I've got something coming up for you after the top of the hour. Weird Times, the Old Homestead.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from May 26th, 1997. Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired May 26, 1997.
Good morning to you, those of you who are just joining us. We spent the past hour with my wife describing a sighting that we had of a UFO. A very serious UFO earlier today at about 11:40 in the morning. Now, I just want to respond to several of the faxes that came in, which said, where the hell was your camera? And actually, it's interesting because I just now began reflecting on that. At the time, I thought there was no point because I've got a good 35 millimeter camera, but it does not have enough zoom to it to have been meaningful, to have, captured anything except a light. Now, through the binoculars, it was clearly saucer-shaped, cylindrical, and glowing and very bright. And now that I reflect on it, if I'd thought about it at the time, I do have an 8 millimeter video camera, which will zoom like 30 or 60 times, and I should have thought of that. I didn't at the time. I mean, it was the whole event took about 4 minutes, and so what do I say? I should have thought of the video camera. I didn't. I stood transfixed with my wife as we watched this. In a moment, we're going to move on to other things.
Now we take you back to the night of May 26, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
We're going to go up into the upper Midwest, Wisconsin, and talk with a young fellow named John McKinnon. John was the manager of a television station in that area. John, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening.
Morning, I guess it is.
Yeah, it's morning. I'm going to have to ask you to stay good and close to your phone, John.
Okay, is that all right?
That's much better, John.
Okay,
keep it right up there.
All right.
All right, John. You were manager of Channel 13 in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin?
That is correct. I was.
Was. All right. What did you do as manager there? Explain the story, if you would.
Well, we had basically a pretty dry format, and political shows dealing with the governor of Wisconsin, interviews and with state representatives and so on and so forth. And I wanted to inject a little bit more entertainment into the station. And, well, I've been a long-time listener of your show, Art, and I thought, well, I'm going to try to do something like Art Bell.
All right, now, bear in mind, folks, this is a public station, PBS-like station.
Yeah, it's a hybrid, basically a combination of PBS and, of course, we do get some local production here. So we reach a variety of audience. We try to keep it. We try to keep the station within the confines of attracting viewers in the immediate vicinity of our area.
How was the station supported? By donation, PBS?
It was actually funded by a group, I'm not sure if I should mention the cable station, by a cable entity.
All right.
So it was funded by them, and I don't want to mention any names.
All right, no, that's fine. Don't need to.
And then the city and the government was given that money in turn, and then they've been working for some 12, I guess maybe it was 12 years, around 12 years to get this station off the ground. 9 months ago, they hired me to get it off the ground. Nobody thought it would work, and but we did get this thing off the ground, and it became quite popular. In fact, it had, from all, my estimations, had at times actually outrated the local networks, even in prime time, because of the kind of programming we were putting on.
All right, what exactly were you doing? You said you were going to sort of do a TV version of what I was doing here on the
Well,
radio.
I started out with an investigative report on this gentleman in the area. His name is Billy D. He's very well known in this area, who has claimed to have been abducted by a UFO. Now, let me preface this with I'm very conservative. I'm a lifelong Irish Catholic. I have never seen a UFO. And like your wife, I don't want to see a UFO either. I'm not interested in it. And I was very skeptical about Billy D. And the board of directors of this channel was very skeptical about having Billy D. on this station.
They didn't much like you're doing that sort of thing.
They specifically said that it was not a good idea. But I went ahead and did it anyway, because I had an opportunity to talk to this gentleman, and much to my surprise, the credibility of his story was and the emotion that he told it with, and he was very articulate, just left me with little doubt that he believed every word he said. Whether or not I believed it was not anybody's, is not really any of my business. I don't.
Okay, John, so what did you do, a series of shows with him?
Well, I only did 2 shows with him. I did only 2 shows with this guy, and the thing hit the front pages of newspapers in the Midwest, was put over the AP wire, and God only knows how far it went from there. I know it went as far as Madison, Wisconsin, and parts of Iowa, and things like that. And I only did 2 shows with him, and then that resulted in Billy D. doing shows in St. Louis, Missouri, Syracuse, New York, and even Tom Brokaw's NBC Nightly News people started to do a show on him, but was very, very oddly interrupted by some frequency problem that they were having at the time, and that's going to have to be rescheduled. But I've done 2 shows of that. Now, I'm the general manager of a television station, and I only planned on interviewing Billy D. once, but I figured I'd have him back again, and it just became too intrusive on my job. I would go out of the door, and it wouldn't matter if I was at the bakery or the bank or getting a hamburger or something. Everybody thought I was the interviewer of the Billy D., above and beyond with Billy D., not the general manager of the station. So I had to duck out of that position and replace myself with another interviewer. So this other interviewer was getting the same kind of response. I mean, it was almost phenomenal, the kind of response he got. The local Fox affiliate was considering putting him on the air. It just got out of control, and he deserved a larger market than ours, which is considerably smaller than that. I didn't really want to be attacked. kidding. It is absolutely remarkable. And what they had done is not only beyond all this, they had just yanked the plug to the station.
You mean wait a minute, you mean they turned it off the air?
Off the air. It was black. There was nothing on.
For how long?
For at least 4 days.
4 days? The station went dark for 4 days?
4 days.
So in other words, after you left the...
There's something very peculiar about this kind of...
Well, and here may come the answer. The station then came back on the air after 4 days.
And ran church services. And that's it.
You mean that's all they run now?
They do an occasional, some sort of video thing about how to make your own video thing and church services. That's it.
Well, if I had to guess,
yeah.
I would guess, and I said this to you earlier today on the phone,
right.
that you ran into a board of directors full of fundamentalists. And that's just a guess.
Well, I just can't, all I can say is I really enjoyed your show. And the general population, the general community,
enjoyed it.
Incredibly supportive of me.
All right, John, maybe there's some people that know about this. If there are, I sure would like to hear from them. Hold on, John. Our East of the Rockies line is 1-800-825-5033, particularly if you're aware of this situation. John McKinnon is my guest.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997. Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997.
Great to be here. My guest is John McKinnon. John is way up in, let's see, where? Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. He tried to do a TV version of what I'm doing here on the radio, and the police arrived and took the keys, turned the station off the air. And it's actually quite an amazing story. John's now out of a job. It was Channel 13 up there. And if you know anything about this or have any comments on it, I have one line available only. We'll scratch that. That one's gone too. We'll get back to John and your calls in a moment.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997.
All right, summing up, here's John McKinnon, manager of Channel 13, up at a place called Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. And he began to run some programs that were modeled after my program, except for TV. And they fired him. Not only did they fire him, but the police came in, took away the keys, hung up on his attorney, and turned the station off the air. And then when it came back, it was running religious services. John, is that about right?
That's absolutely correct, Art.
Mm-hmm. Is there any chance that you're going to be able to get your interview back?
Yes, I have an attorney working on it. Now, I'm not a litigious person. I'd rather be sued than sue someone, frankly. But in this case, I do want my tapes back, and I think that Billy D deserves his tapes back, and there are a couple tapes in there that I had produced when I was in California and New York, and even when I wasn't even in Wisconsin, that I really do want back.
So you mean they took all of them?
All of them.
God, what I gave you my assessment of what I thought. What do you think happened?
Gee, Art, I don't know. I've heard so many different things. I've heard Billy D was suspected that they had been tipped by people that said, hey, get this guy off the air before he does some damage. In terms of covert operations, which I'm very suspect of because I'm not a conspiracy-oriented person. But after all that, this is all that's happening, I'm starting to be a little bit...
Beginning to wonder, huh?
Well, yeah, it's a little peculiar. One of my guests that I was going to have on the show declined to be on the show because of a death threat. I mean, and not only was he threatened with a death threat, but his niece and nephew out on the West Coast were also, quote-unquote, targeted. The whole thing is so out of sync with the way things had been going with the station that...
Have you heard anything from the board of directors or the station since the day you had to hand over the keys to the police chief?
I've been in constant communication trying to get some of the tapes back with them. Doing everything I could to stay out of litigation. But then the newspaper did my job for me. They got the Wisconsin State Attorney General to force them to hand over the reasons why I had been fired.
And do you have that list?
Well, I don't have the list with me. It was finally released at 4:30 on Friday afternoon before the paper could publish it. And I was told by the reporter, Mike Shaw from the Dor County Advocate, that it appeared to be written out at the last moment.
Well,
they handed him a handwritten notice that said something like shows had been cut off a minute short, or some technical problem or something like that, appeared to be completely, as part of, you're in this business, you know that you have technical difficulties at times.
Yes.
And so
they're trying to say that you had cut shows off or had technical troubles.
Right.
And that's why you got fired?
Right.
Well.
Not too many people are buying it.
I understand. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John McKinnon. Where are you, please?
Good morning. All right, my name is Eric. I'm in Chicago right now. I'm from Dor County. John, I can explain to you exactly what went wrong, what happened.
Okay.
Dor County, as you know, relies heavily on tourism. And
yes,
it's not just statewide tourism, it's nationwide.
It's worldwide, actually.
And they don't want anything tarnishing that. I have family up there that own businesses. It is a complete mom and pop, strawberry pie, all-American red, white, and blue tourism.
Yeah, but how does it...
Well, there's more to it than that.
All right.
There's more to it. You can spend an entire week on stories from Dor County alone. I mean, it's just phenomenal what happens up there. I've lived in Dor County, Texas, Colorado. I now reside outside of Chicago. Nowhere except Dor County have all of my neighbors witnessed UFO activity. Now, it could be the Air Force Base across the bay. Lonely nights in the wintertime, could be anything.
It is true, huh?
This is actually true. I've heard from very credible people, not just Billy D.
High school teachers.
But just regular old folk who said they've seen a lot of activity here in northeastern Wisconsin.
Now, did Billy D show you, or did you get footage of the medallion?
Yes, the medallion, are we talking about some sort of faux satellite thing that they brought in here to act as a diversion?
Well, no, it's more of a gift. It was a little medallion that he was given.
No, he didn't show me that.
Okay. The rumors, I've personally never seen it, but the rumors of these stories go back, way back.
Okay, but look, what I don't understand out of all of this is, how do a few shows modeled after mine, shown on television there, result in somebody getting fired with police coming in and shutting the whole station down? Come on, folks.
Well, it's drawing all this publicity to Dor County, and it's directly tied to Dor County, the Dor County Advocate, the Green Bay.
Yeah, but why would that stop tourism? I mean,
it's not the image that they want.
No,
yeah, you also have to remember Peterson, I believe it's Peterson Builders, it's been a while since it's been up there. I mean, big naval contracts. There's also, there's rumored to have a lot of retired FBI and retired CIA agents that live up there, if not full-time, then during the summer or the winter months.
Really?
Yeah, it's a very, it's a great place to retire. There's a lot of federal agents up there that are retired.
Well, John's retired, just not the way he wanted to.
No, but Art, I've come to know, and I'm sure that you know, that this is a transient business. And if I can take a station that started off with no station and make it into something, then I'm employable elsewhere. And I'm not being litigious over trying to get my job back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just really like those tapes back, and they have no reason to hold on to them. Really, they're not going to show them. And this guy's right. The population booms from a population of something like 15,000 people here in the winter to well over 250,000 to 500,000 people in the summer.
All right, well, that's a lot of people, all right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John McKinnon. Where are you, please?
I'm just outside Chicago. You know, I got relatives up there in Wisconsin. Last time I was visiting, they had mentioned something really kind of strange about the G on the Green Bay Packers helmet. And it was the same G on the Heaven's Gate webpage.
Actually, ironically, that is true.
They won the Super Bowl, and there's some weird story. I didn't get the whole thing, but
that's weird, all right.
It's very, very strange. I hadn't talked to them about it, but there was something weird they were telling me about. I can't remember the story. Do you know anything about that?
I think it's totally unrelated, but I did actually notice it. I'm not sure that it has anything to do with what's going on here. But yes, the Green Bay Packers, I think, are completely disassociated.
Imagine if you had done a story on that, Joe.
Oh, well, I would have been run out of town.
And you
here now.
You have not yet been run out of town, I take it.
Well, I really don't go out anywhere anymore.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John McKinnon. Hello.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you.
Okay. I just called because I heard you say you wanted confirmation on this story. And I studied with Elizabeth Clare Pocket, and we get faxes regarding media coverage that she gets.
Yes.
And so we had heard about this. I felt really bad about this fellow, and I wasn't really sure about the whole story because I was kind of falling asleep listening to you, but when I heard her name mentioned, I woke up. And so was he the one that was going to air a program every week on her? Is this the same fellow?
No, actually, I was going to air it every week for 4 weeks.
Yes, okay, you are.
I was going to. Not anymore.
Yes.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I was going to rerun it.
Yeah, it was going to run for all of 4 weeks. Now, all you were doing is what I did, and that is not a hatchet job on Elizabeth Clare Prophet.
Well, I was giving her a fair shot.
That's all, right?
Yeah, just a fair shot. I wasn't there to judge her or her beliefs, but actually, in the long run, I found her philosophy and her personality to be very humanistic and quite beautiful.
Life-affirming, actually. First-time caller line, you're on the air with John McKinnon. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Morning,
John.
Where are you, sir?
New Orleans.
New Orleans, all right.
The party capital of the world.
Yep.
John, the town that you were hosting the show in, is it kind of like a religious type town, or?
No, it wasn't a religious. We did run only on Sundays, and we run any kind of religious church services.
Until after the station went off the air and then back on the air, now it's almost all religion.
I would say at least 90%.
That's almost all.
Yeah.
Okay, see, my assumption is number one, the reason that the police chief got involved is, could be due to the fact that possibly a show like you were, having on the radio could cause some type of
TV.
Oh, I'm sorry, TV could cause some type of panic in the town. Also, if it goes against their religious, if it's a religious town, it may conflict with their beliefs and their social standards, or their ways of living.
Yeah, but this sir, he was, for example, doing a show with Billy D, and he was talking about a guy who claimed abduction. That's not going to cause anybody to panic. Or for that matter, a fair interview with Elizabeth Clint Prophet is not going to cause people to go running into the streets screaming.
Well,
these are not the things of which panic are made.
Well, think about it, Art. I mean,
if
somebody walks outside their house and someone was abducted, okay, and say for instance you have this 6-year-old, or this town that's mainly a bunch of retirees, that's enough to cause some kind of concern,
Well,
walking down the street with a walker, and all of a sudden a spaceship goes by, and
all right. Well, so do you think you were panicking the people up there?
Geez, I don't know if it was panic. I think that it made them feel very uncomfortable. And that's not really an excuse to deny somebody the First Amendment right to a public station. This was really a real adulteration of any kind of First Amendment right. I wasn't taking any stance at all on these shows. I wasn't saying to people, go out and believe it. Oddly enough,
or even I believe, or anything else. You were just doing interviews, just the way I did, just doing interviews.
Exactly what you did.
Yeah. Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John McKinnon. Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had the wrong number.
All right. Take care. West of the Rockies, call the wild card line. Area 702-727-1295. All right. You can't give us your last name, sir. You're David, and where are you calling from, David?
From the mountain.
Okay. Oh, okay. Anyway, you're on the air.
Hi. It's the whole thing with the TV station. It's just a case of censorship. It's totally unreasonable. Like completely, the police chief has absolutely no right to do anything like that.
John, is that the way you?
I think it is unreasonable, Art. I think that this is my opinion. In my opinion, and I have to preface it with my opinion. My opinion is that this was the most unadulterated case of censorship that I have ever seen in my life, and frankly, somewhat reminded me of Germany in some earlier days.
Let me ask you this, John. Before that horrible moment of the police chief coming in and the two board of directors and who else?
The city manager.
The city manager. Before this critical moment, did they give you any warnings, counselings? You better quit this kind of stuff, or
they never said you better quit this kind of stuff. I argued for it, and there were some heated discussions among myself and the board of directors, but there was never a direct order. Hey, stop it.
Stop it.
If there was a direct order to do that, I would have stopped it. That's my job. My job was to listen to the board of directors and do exactly what they said. And I would have stopped it. I think that they were afraid to say, hey, stop it, because then they look bad.
Yeah, that could be. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John McKinnon. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Dan from Arnold, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
I must say that this, in a way, sounds familiar. If you remember when I gave my interview about somebody sticking a transmitter out in that field where my friend Ace and I had that encounter.
I don't specifically remember that.
I know it's been a while ago. Well, it turns out that it was a religious station that had done this.
That had done what?
Where Ace and I had our Bigfoot / UFO encounter, that the transmitter stuck out there. Ace had learned later that he said that he believed that a local station, which is a religious station, had put it out there.
Oh, you mean as a hoax?
No, not as a hoax. They had a transmitter put out there, which is weird because nobody remembers anybody ever coming out and actually constructing it.
Okay. Well, I don't know what that has to do with the price of tea. but interesting. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John McKinnon. Hello.
Hello there, Art.
Yes.
Hello there. I'm sorry to backtrack with you, but a few days ago you were talking about...
Actually, you can't, sir. Does this relate to my guest?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well then call me when it does. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John McKinnon.
Hi, Art. This is Rick down in Bootsy, Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've been listening to what you've been saying. I had a friend who was working for Martin Marietta up there at one time in Wisconsin, and she told me the same things about the area. She said it was basically very weird, very strange as far as people with UFOs. The only other UFO encounter she had ever had was in Pascagoula quite a few years ago, about 2 men that were abducted earlier. And when she got up to Wisconsin, that was basically all they kept asking her about was this incident that happened in Pascagoula. And they all kept saying there was something similar up there, but then nobody would talk to her any more than that.
All right, thank you. So, is there a... John, do you think there's a different attitude about this sort of thing up there?
Well, people don't. They don't want to talk about it. And I was told specifically at our first board of directors meeting when I was first hired that Billy D was a joke and that we should not allow Billy D to do any kind of television show on Channel 13. And then I met Billy D, and he's not a joke. The guy was very, very serious, and he had a very credible story, and he was very emotive, and I had a very difficult time disbelieving him.
All right, well, what are you going to do now, John?
Well, I don't know. If there's somebody out there looking for a good producer or program coordinator, they should get in touch with me.
And how do they do that?
Well, they can call me at 414.
Now, you be careful. You all right.
414.
Right.
746 9725.
All right, that's area code 414 746 9725, right?
Yes, and I'd like to continue this mode of investigative reporting, but I'm afraid I'm not sure that I would like to, but I'm not sure that it's prudent. And I empathize with the kind of press that you've gotten, and
well, you need a thick skin, John.
I don't know if I have the kind of thick skin that you have. That you've had to go through quite a bit in your pursuance of these kind of issues, and I can only congratulate you on your fortitude.
Well, John, I'm lucky. I have people who support me at the network who don't buckle to the kind of pressures that apparently your board of directors felt to be under or was under or whatever.
Right. Well, I'm hiding out in a cabin here in Wisconsin, and I'd like to get the hell out of here.
Hiding out in a cabin in Wisconsin?
Yeah, pretty much.
How many?
I'm not very happy about it, Art.
John, how many people were under you? How many people worked for you at the TV station?
Well, we had quite a few people who did, not very many paid people, but a lot of people who did it for internships and
volunteer
work and that kind of thing. Yeah, but the gentleman from Chicago said, this area gets very active from people all over the world, and I find it a little ironic that they fired me just before summer, just before you get these hundreds of thousands of people converging on this.
Well, it sounds to me like there might have been a connection. I'm sorry it happened to you, John, and I hope you get some calls and get reemployed.
Well, I hope so too. And say hi to Chris Kelly for me and Elizabeth Clare Prophet. They're very good people.
Take care. There you have it, folks. That's John McKinnon, who tried to do a TV version of what I am now doing. Ended up with the police surrounding him, turning the station off the air. Yikes.
You're listening to What Fell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997. You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997.
Good morning, everybody. This probably is correct. It says, a quick primer on ATC, or air traffic control. Art, you were calling control towers to find out about your UFO and the high-altitude jet you saw. It is not at all unusual for them to be unaware of the traffic you were asking about. If it was at any altitude at all, and it was, it would have most likely been under control of an air route traffic control center, or ARTCC. In the case of your traffic, it would have been under the control of Los Angeles Center in radio communications. As it progressed to the northwest, it would have come under the control of Oakland Center, unless the traffic was going to land at one of the airports or Air Force bases. You called the tower controllers, who would have been unaware of that traffic. In point of fact, if the traffic was above 30 or 3,000 feet, AGL would not have been in the airspace controlled by Nellis or Edwards. You called the wrong people. Well, that figures. Also, 99% of the controlling that a tower controller does is done visually. Not all towers have radar screens in them. If they do, it is a repeater of the local approach control. I could go on and on, but you get the picture. Signed, Clint. Thank you, Clint. Yes, I'm sure you're exactly right. I have absolutely no idea what normally would be done. I just know what I saw. All right. We're going to go to open lines here shortly. Anything you want to talk about is absolutely fair game.
Now we take you back to the night of May 26, 1997, on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
All right, we're about to go to open lines. Again, the president in Europe right now, and it is very interesting that our president appears prepared to, nearly in an unlimited fashion, expand NATO. And I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of NATO is going to be. It's even going to include, to some degree, Russia. And all of the ex-Soviet satellite nations, they'll be included. And slowly, NATO is becoming a worldwide organization. NATO, of course, originally formed to protect Europe, basically, against a Russian invasion that would come through the gap in Germany or something, or whatever else. But now we are expanding NATO to be what, is my question. One world government? One world control of some kind? I don't know. The end of all wars? Well, I guess if everybody joins NATO, there wouldn't be any wars. That isn't the way the world really works, is it? So, what happens when everybody finally joins NATO? Then what is that organization, exactly? The Mazarat volcano in the Caribbean is getting ready to let go again, maybe. It has been in constant ash eruption for the past 10 days, and it could either continue spewing ash, or it could blow. Nobody knows for sure, so they're keeping a very careful, watchful eye on Montserrat. So beyond that, I've got several other items, but I'm going to hold them, and I'm going to go to open lines here and let you say whatever you want to say, and I'll sort of drop the rest of this in as we go. There is one other item. This is a very interesting article indicating that in Japan, it's from a Japanese newspaper, a project reminiscent of Steven Spielberg's movie Jurassic Park is underway. A team of scientists there are going to attempt to bring prehistoric mammoths back from 10,000 years of extinction. This is no joke, folks. The team, headed by a professor of animal husbandry at Kagoshima University, plans to extract sperm from the bodies of mammoths buried in the Russian region of Siberia. Once the sperm has been extracted, they will use it to fertilize ova taken from living elephants. And in this way, they expect to be able to bring back the woolly mammoth. That's incredible. According to Goto, the research project is the first of its kind in the world and will take advantage of Japan's advanced technology in genetics. Researchers from the U.S. and Britain who have probes equipped with lasers are expected to join the search for the remains of mammoths, and Russian scientists are planning to take part in the effort as well. So, yesterday's science fiction becomes today's science reality. And we've done shows in the past that have speculated about doing this exact kind of thing. And now they're going to do it. So there you've got it. Watch out, coming soon to a zoo near you from 10,000 years ago. A giant woolly mammoth. And who knows what all else. Reminiscent of Jurassic Park? Oh my. And I sort of wonder if it's such a good idea. What do you guys think? In other words, if something has gone extinct, isn't there usually a good reason for it? What about the old, it's not nice to tamper with Mother Nature? In other words, to bring back an animal that today would have no natural predator and might be a predator itself. Whether it be to vegetation that we currently have or other animals, somehow I've got this feeling that we're rushing in where angels and even God will not tread because the woolly mammoth does not seem to have come back on its own. And if we bring it back from 10,000 years ago, we're going to get ourselves into deep doo-doo. And that's just me and a little worry, and I don't know if it's a justified worry or not, but it's doing, in my opinion, God's work, except that we're not gods. And something like this is going to bite us in the butt. I just know it is. I just know it is. All right, there's one more item, and then I'm going to the phones. As you know, my book, I'm so proud of it. It's called The Quickening. And the first printing came out about, a month and a half ago? And the first printing sold in 2 weeks. Whoosh, like that, it was gone. And for a month, we had no books. The second printing has now arrived and is available now, as of right now, for immediate shipment. You can still get, even though it's the second printing, it is the first edition. It is a first edition copy, and you can get an autographed copy. What I'm going to do is, as I was doing when we had books before, and thank you all for buying them in such a tremendous frenzy, I was autographing books as fast as I could. I am going to continue to do that until I get tired of it. I've had a break, so it makes it a little easier. But I will tell you on the radio when I'm no longer autographing books. It doesn't mean you can't get it. It just means you will not get an autographed version. So here they are, ready for immediate shipment. So I would be very honored to have you read this. It is a book that I had to write. One of those things that was easy because it just sort of poured out. And I would value your opinion and feedback on the book as well. And I'm not going to go into, at this moment, what it's all about. If you're a listener to this program, you know. So there you go. They're available until I say otherwise. Judging from the way the last printing went, I wouldn't wait. 1-800-864-7991. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art, this is 16 Planet Berkeley.
Yes, sir.
If John is still listening, there's a committee called the Committee on Democratic Communications, the National Committee of the National Lawyers Guild.
Mm-hmm.
And he should get in touch with them at 558 Cat Street, CAPP, in San Francisco, 94110, or he can call them at...
No.
Oh, do you know what that phone number?
No, not on there.
Okay, but anyway, tell them to get in touch with them because they will give him good advice as to how to handle his case. His lawyer should get in touch with them.
Yeah, all right. Well, that sounds like a pretty fair idea to me, too. You know, I'm sorry to see it. I think that would not have occurred in the commercial marketplace. But I understand how it occurred with a board of directors and a publicly funded kind of deal. Still, it smacks terribly of censorship, and the manner in which it was done sounds rather unprofessional to me. In other words, you would expect a series of warnings of some sort prior to police chiefs coming in and all that sort of thing. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Art?
Yes.
All right. This is Bob. I'm listening to you on WTAM.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if anybody has brought this up to you, but before, you remember when that broadcast was with you and was on Strange Universe? It was dealing with Courtney Brown.
Oh, yes.
Over here, where they broadcasted over the TV, to me it seemed like somebody was trying to jam the broadcast.
I wouldn't know about that, and I don't even... where are you?
It was strange. I mean,
where are you, sir? Where are you?
I'm in Akron, Ohio.
Akron, Ohio. So it was your local Akron TV station or what?
Yeah, it was one of the local stations. It was either a major mess up there at the, Strange Universe, or somebody was trying to jam the audio.
Well, I saw the broadcast here and it came through clearly, so that would indicate that it was probably at your local station.
Yeah. Well, I was listening to it, and it was the audio part, and it was a radio station. I was unable to get the call letters or anything, but I did manage to figure out from the way they were talking, it was like a light rock FM station. It sounded like it was coming from Las Vegas.
Pretty weird. I wouldn't know what to say about that. Here it was clear, so it was a local phenomenon, whatever it was. I watched the network feed, and as a matter of fact, I also saw the local feed on the UPN network from Las Vegas. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, sir. Art, this is Bill from Cleveland Heights, Ohio.
Hello, Bill.
It was really nice hearing your wife tonight. She sounds obviously like a very wonderful woman.
She is.
My question is it true, I believe you said several nights ago, that you don't permit scripture to be read on the air?
That is correct.
I see. Well, you had Elizabeth Clare Prophet on several weeks ago.
Yes.
And she read 2 Hindu mantras on the air.
That is correct.
And you permitted that?
That is correct.
Well, it sounds to me like a dichotomy here.
You mean like a double standard?
Yeah.
It may well be. The reason I don't allow scripture read on the air, although I have allowed some guests to read scripture, I don't allow callers to read it so that this doesn't turn into some sort of religious church service of the air, which I'm not going to allow to occur. So when I have a guest, like Elizabeth Clare Prophet, or, for that matter, Christian guests that I've had, I have allowed, at that time, scripture quoting. In one instance, I even did it myself, from Revelations.
Do you think that Elizabeth Clare Prophet, her New Age philosophy is a religion?
I have no idea.
Well, Alice Bailey, in the 1930s. Oh, by the way, I meant to mention this to you. Your term, the quickening.
Yes.
That term was mentioned by a very famous Masonic philosopher, Manly P. Hall, back in the 1940s.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
have you ever heard of Manly P. Hall, Larry?
As a 99th degree Mason, I'm unable to comment.
You don't want to comment, do you?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
All right. Well, I've satisfied your suspicion then. Oh boy. My policy on scripture quoting is quite clear, I think. And it is that from the audience, I do not allow it. Otherwise, we get into the battle of the scripture quoters, though from my guests, I have allowed it. That may seem a policy that doesn't make sense to you, but to allow it is to begin to get into a battle of scripture quoting, since everybody interprets the Bible and scripture in so many different ways. It is for Sunday at church, not on this radio program. So there are rare exceptions to the rule. I even broke it once myself. But as a general rule, I do not allow callers to quote scripture. That's the name of the game. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, let me turn my radio down.
Okay, thank you.
Like my cigarette. This is Curtis from San Diego. I wanted to mention that when President Clinton apologized to the black folks that had to go through those experiments.
Tuskegee.
Yeah, I never knew about that until that day, but I'm puzzled that anybody that was involved with that isn't going to be brought to justice, if there's anybody alive.
Well, there are about 8 survivors of it, sir. I have not heard of anybody being brought to justice.
Well, they sure are trying to find those old Nazis that are hiding out.
Yeah, I hear you.
And, you know, I don't care if they're on, I know they must be pretty old, I don't care if they're on.
Well, it's a very thin difference, but it is worth noting, I suppose, that we did not give these black men syphilis. In other words, we did not infect them. We simply did nothing to stop the infection. And it's a very thin difference indeed, but it is a bit of a difference from, what the Nazis did. That does not in any way condone what was done. It was horrible. And somebody might even fairly suggest that it amounted to genocide. It was horrible. Horrible. I mean, they knew damn well what these men had. And ostensibly, the reason for allowing it to go on was to find out what would happen when it went to terminal stage. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Excuse me?
Excuse you. You're excused.
Who am I talking to?
Who are you calling?
Art Bell?
Bingo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What? Don't be sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've just been trying to get 30 for so long.
Well, you're through, so you better go ahead and say what you want to say.
Well, I hate to go from such a serious subject she was talking about. When you were talking about the dinosaurs, you've read 3001, haven't you?
No. 2001 and 2010.
Well, there's in the second or third chapter, Arthur C. Clarke writes about bringing back dinosaurs like they did in Jurassic Park.
Yes.
But instead of having them as an amusement, he sort of messes with their brains, tames them to be a servants of human beings.
I'm not sure that I would want a tame, or even try to tame a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Can you imagine that? I watch my cats and multiply that by about 1 million, and imagine the scratch you'd get. I walk around wounded half the time anyway.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from May 26th, 1996.
From Alex in Phoenix. Art, I observed a phenomenon very similar to what you saw today. I was passing some time in downtown Phoenix, and my attention was drawn to a high-altitude aircraft traveling east to west at about 2:30 p.m. The timing's wrong here. I was following along the contrail with my eye when I noticed a bright stationary spherical object near the contrail. Fixed my gaze on the bright stationary object for 5 minutes or so when I noticed a similar object moving toward the stationary object. As the second object neared the first, the second object became stationary, and the first object began to move. I was able to keep these two objects in view for about 20 minutes before they seemed to gain in altitude and fade from sight. This is the second time I've seen this particular phenomenon. It was approximately 6 to 8 months ago that I saw a single spherical, silverish appearing object at a very high altitude during the day while I was looking in the same direction. That's east-southeast from downtown Phoenix. Your sightings seem to be very much in line. Well, yeah, it's true. I don't know what to make out of it. It was the second unknown but definitely weird object that I've seen in my life. That makes two. I never thought I'd see one. Anyway, onward.
Now we take you back to the night of May 26, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
Well, did you like it?
Yeah, actually I did.
Well, you know, they got a big radio war going up here with Howard Stern. He just came into town here last month or so.
Yeah, that'll create a war, all right.
By the way, this is Carl in Minneapolis, and I'm the guy who gave you Silver Charm.
I think that anybody, yes sir, I think that anybody in radio or one of Howard's fans would definitely enjoy the show. I think that it was probably fairly faithful in terms of, I mean, obviously there was some embellishment, but otherwise, with regard to the way radio is, it was pretty faithful.
Yeah, he seems like a nice, I don't know, he gets kind of, some of the stuff that he does is too wild for me, I think.
Well, right, right.
Anyway, the reason I called, I was wrong about the date of the Belmont race, which is the third leg of the Triple Crown for the horse racing.
You were wrong about something?
Wow, I was just wrong about the date.
This is a first.
No, actually, this is not the first.
All right.
I also am the guy who told you that there'd be a comet 1 week after Hale-Bopp went away.
Yep.
And I was wrong about that.
Well.
So I'll take my lumps. But anyway, I am so sure that Silver Charm will win the Belmont and win the Triple Crown, that I am inviting all your listeners who place a bet, and if they lose, send it to me, and I will reimburse them.
Yeah,
oh, my roommate's even laughing.
Yeah, sure he is, and so am I.
I'm serious, though.
You're out of your mind.
Well, that's how sure I am that they're going to win. Oh, my roommate said he's going to bet $1 million. You don't have $1 million. So he's borrowing money from me every week.
Yeah, don't say things that, be careful what you wish for. I mean, your roommate is absolutely right. Don't make such guarantees. You want to tell people to go out and bet on a Silver Charm, be my guest. But don't guarantee to refund their bets if you're wrong.
Hold on, I'm on the radio. Hold on a second. Okay, I also would like to say to Danelle, I know she's listening, that Art Bell will never come to your house for dinner. Get over it, honey.
See you later. You never know. You just never know. She said she'd let me smoke. That's a serious concession. He has been right about Silver Charm twice in a row now. And twice in a row, I have neglected to go and lay money down, which I can do legally here in Nevada. You've got a sports book right downtown Pahrump. You watch, I'll go down and make the bet, and it'd be the third time, and it won't be the Charm. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. I'm doing all right. Where are you?
This is the D-Man from San Luis Obispo County, KPRL.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Turn it on. Yeah.
I had an experience happen about 1 year ago, sometime about this time of the year, in fact. And that's when I started listening to you, by the way, because it was strange and unusual. But I was outside about 2 in the morning, and I'm in the military. I see all kinds of things flash and flares and missiles and all kinds of stuff. Almost every type of plane, jet, helicopter there is. And I've never seen anything so fast, and it's pretty darn close too. And
well,
it was it was green. It was the brightest green light I've ever seen.
Count yourself among the millions.
I mean, is that sound out of the question from some of the reports you've heard?
What question?
Like the green light. It's the strangest looking green I've ever seen. They don't even use it. They ought to, because it's almost semi-stealth, you know. It's if you were at a far distance or flying low, that would be like the perfect color. I mean,
yeah, but you saw it at night, right?
Yes, I did.
Well, that means it must have been lit up. That's not very stealthy.
Well, it was flying low, and there was a lot of mountains and stuff around, and it passed through them. And
passed through them?
Yes, and I thought it was like a meteor or something. I go, no, meteors are not that color.
Well, it may have passed behind them and not through them. Count yourself among the millions, just like me, just like my wife. Millions of Americans that have seen things in the sky for which there is no rational nor conventional explanation, period. They are there. That's not to say they're not ours. I cannot come to that conclusion. But I can tell you this. Either way, it's a big, big story. In other words, either we have things so far advanced that you would be shocked, surprised, and we all would, in our arsenal, or they are from somewhere else, or some time else, or, you know, who knows? God, who knows? All I know is that millions and millions of Americans, in fact, even a majority, have either seen or definitely believe these things exist. Eternally, I suppose, we're going to have to wonder what they are. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Art.
Yes.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that I got your book.
Oh.
Fantastic.
The Quickening.
The Quickening. Fantastic.
Have you made it all the way through?
Well, I tell you what, I picked it up the day I bought it. I brought it home. I started reading it at 6, and I finished at 10.
4 hours?
Yep.
4 hours, really?
Yeah.
You are a fast reader.
Well, the book was fantastic.
The 330 some odd pages, you're a fast reader.
I think it's 375, something like that.
Well, it's in the other room. It's 3. I think it's 3. Well, I'll go look.
But it was a great book. I enjoyed it tremendously. I had 3 friends at work that want to borrow it. I mean, I told them, buy your own. I'm afraid I won't get it back. Number 2, I told my father about you. By the way, my name's Mark, and I'm in West Hollywood.
Yes, sir.
I told my father about you. He lives in Michigan. He lives right outside of Detroit. You know what station he can pick you up on?
WCHR in Detroit, 1200.
1200?
Right. And they are due to increase power to 25,000 watts sometime in the next month or 2, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And so if he's not in the pattern right now, he will be shortly.
Okay, what time would you be starting over there?
Well, it's a 3-hour difference. Detroit is East Coast, so it's 2 in the morning.
Okay, yeah, so, okay, great.
All right.
One more thing. The guy you had on your show this past weekend, Sean?
Yes, Sean David Morton.
Did he say Hermosa Beach where his office?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Great. All right, well, I enjoy your show tremendously, and I really appreciate you being on the radio.
Thank you. And I appreciate your call and your review of the book. I'm getting very good reviews of the book. But, you know, I know it sounds conceited. I expected that. This is a book that had to be written. Do you know what I mean when I say that? This was not... the first book I wrote, called The Art of Talk, was, it was about me, autobiography, and a lot of photographs in it, and so forth and so on. This is a complete departure from the first book. And this just absolutely had to be written. It's one of those things that you didn't, in other words, I didn't set out, I thought I would never write another book because I'm not an author, or I guess I am now. But I'm not an author, and I had no desire to write another book until this finally built to the point where I had to do it. It was really one of those weird things. I had to prove what I was talking about. And without being able to sit here and detail it point by point by point by point and prove what I was saying on the air, I thought the best way to do it was to put it on paper. And so I did. He read that book in 4 hours. Ooh, pretty good. In fact, that's got to be some kind of speed reading. I'll go get a copy here in a minute, and we'll see how many pages there are. But it's like 300. I thought it was 330 some odd pages. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Any of the rest of you who have now read it and digested the material, I would very much welcome your comments. This book is going to cause a great deal of consternation and trouble when it sinks in. And, of course, the first printing just went absolutely gone, in 2 weeks. I'm very thankful. The second printing is finally here. It's a first edition. It remains a first edition. And you can still get an autographed copy. But that's only until I get sick of signing books, so you should order now. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Very well, actually.
That's good. This is Ron from Tampa, Florida.
Yes, sir.
Listen, I was listening to your Dreamland program Sunday night.
Yes, sir.
And I heard the call-in for the sightings over Palm Beach.
Correct.
What was the outcome of that? I didn't get to listen to the rest of the program.
Well, of course, the initial report was on Dreamland, and Peter Davenport came on and explained what he was getting. I had a follow-up today that indicated the Palm Beach Sheriff's Department was evacuated due to a Hallian activation, completely evacuated within hours of all those sightings. So I have no more for you right now. When I do, it'll be on the air.
Oh, okay, that's very good. Also, here in Tampa, you were talking about the weather.
Yes, sir.
And we've been having some pretty freaky storms here.
I know.
Last couple of weeks. We had one that came through Tampa, went through a car dealership. It was a tornado, and it snapped a flagpole, I believe, snapped a couple of telephone poles above the ground. Excuse me, I'm kind of nervous.
I understand. No, look, the weather is changing, sir.
Yeah.
I didn't state that as a question. I'm convinced our weather is changing.
Oh, yeah, well,
And if you listen to my guest Sunday, if you looked at the Standeo data from Australia on the website, or even if you talk to the National Weather Service people. And as a matter of fact, I heard last hour, top of the hour news, they are now predicting, surprise, this is going to be an unusually severe hurricane season, something you would be also concerned about in Tampa. They're now predicting an unusual number of strong hurricanes. Oh, what a surprise.
Oh, well, I'll have to be watching that because I've actually been taking some of the advice I've been hearing on your program. I've been trimming back some of the trees in my yard and trying to lock things down so I won't have anything come through the house or go into the neighbor's yards or anything like that. So.
Well, you can only do so much, but there are certain things, thank you, that you ought to do. You ought to have food on hand. Really. I'm telling you guys, have some food on hand. Have a radio that will play. The Beijing is one good example. So you can get information. Have some auxiliary light, batteries. Solar energy is good. I've got some solar panels on the roof that charge a bigger battery that I use when the power goes out. I've got an auxiliary generator. So if you can have that kind of thing, fine. If you can't, do what you can. Have candles. Have some water stored, which you keep fresh. I mean, there's a lot of things, just common sense things that you can and should do. Because things are going to get rough, weather-wise. I believe that. And I forgot to mention that report that I heard about an hour ago with regard to the National Weather Service pronouncement regarding hurricanes, but no surprise. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi there. I'm calling from Los Angeles, California. My name is Doug.
KABC land.
Yes, it is. I wanted to ask you something, Art.
Sure.
You were stationed in the Air Force, correct?
That is correct.
Were you stationed at any time at Vandenberg?
No, I was never at Vandenberg. Closest I got was when I came back from Okinawa and I was discharged at March Air Force Base.
Well, at March? Yep. I was there for a little time myself. No, I was rather curious about that. I was going to mention something else. Have you heard of the phenomena that has been occurring in California City, out in the Mojave Desert, concerning the Holy Mother's appearance?
I have, and I've also, there is another story that I've been following regarding down in Florida. Are you familiar with the building in Florida? I think it's in Clearwater, Florida.
Yes, I am, and I'm also familiar with the place that's been occurring in Conyers, Georgia.
Well, wait now. Let me give you some late news on Clearwater.
All right.
Somebody apparently over the last day or two went by that building and sprayed the image with acid.
And what was the result?
Oh, well, you can imagine the results. It ruined the image.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying...
Somebody vandalized it, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, boy. I'm sorry to hear that, because in this day and age, the way this world is going,
yeah,
everybody needs something to hold on to.
I know, and so some jerk has to go by and throw acid on it. Great, huh?
Well, yeah, when you think about how they laughed at Christ when they nailed him to the cross. Much the same thing.
Well...
No, I was going to mention about what's out there in the desert. I was involved with it a couple of years back. I was one of the individuals that ended up healed out there, and things of that nature do occur.
Yes, sir, they do. Thank you very much. They do. I believe in miracles. How about that? I do. I believe in miracles. Things as unexplained in our skies occur, as unexplained down here on Earth occur. Spontaneous remissions, things that you can only call a miracle occur. And they're coming more and more frequently, and I think there's a good reason for that. Just like there's a good reason for the complete idiots who would throw acid, they believe it was acid, on a building to ruin something that millions of people, and by the way, the police are actively searching for whoever did this. We've got a photograph of what appears to be the Virgin Mary, which covers the entire side of a building in Clearwater, Florida. And we've got a photograph prior to the acid being thrown. Very much quickening, folks, in every respect. And this comes under the category of a social quickening, I suppose. A wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Arthur. We got the radio.
Yep, turn that radio off.
That's off.
Good. Where are you?
Dave from Milwaukee.
Yes, sir.
I just, that's pretty sad about the Virgin Mary, first of all.
Yep.
Did you hear about the bees, the honeybees?
95% gone, sir.
That's, because it's going to damage fruit, make that crop bitter.
Are you surprised?
I don't know if I'm surprised. I don't know if there's any way to get it back, hopefully.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if there is or not. They're busily trying to bring back a woolly mammoth right now. So I suppose somebody, while they're still here, ought to make an attempt at bringing back the honeybees. But it is true what he just said. About 95% of the domestic honeybee population is now gone. And they sort of just dropped that on us the other day. Quickening? Yes. Sure it is. That's what this book is all about. Just part of it. So if you get a chance, while I'm still doing autographed copies, and while we still have some to sell, give them a call and get one on the way. It's the Quickening. And Eden. They're the victims, street children. Many of them, they think as many as 12 or 13 children now. have been actually taken by a serial cannibal and eaten, and they're finding pieces all over the place. I'm sorry, but this is true. Diane goes on to say, and now it's going on in Russia, Korea, and China. She's absolutely correct. I saw the report. In fact, it was on CNN. And I don't know how much sicker society can become before whoever is out there takes one big look at this and cleans out the petri dish. I'm telling you, we're on our way to an event. Believe it. We're on our way to an event. And I am not a prophet, so I'm not going to tell you what that is. I don't know. I wrote it in the book. When you read this book, you will be convinced, as I am, that we are on the way to an event. Or you might just, if you wish, read the daily newspaper, as Diane in LA did. Or listen to the hourly newscasts, if you can handle it. But it's obvious that in every category of human endeavor, we are racing toward an event of some sort. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Rodrigo.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Doug from Vancouver.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. Art, I've been trying to get in for a while here. There's an incident that currently happened in Brazil, and I've never heard you talk about it for all the times I've listened.
Yes, in fact, I had Stanton Friedman on talking about that incident, sir. I'm sure it's the same one.
Yeah, apparently they captured 3 aliens and the fire department was involved.
That's right. That's what the claim is. Yes, I did a program on it.
Oh, you did?
Oh, sure. That kind of thing doesn't get away from me.
Okay, I'm just wondering, like, do you have any, I mean, that's a pretty incredible claim there.
The U.S. military is also alleged to be involved.
Exactly.
And once you get the military involved in these things, sir, they just disappear.
Right. Now, what is your take on John Carpenter? Do you know him at all?
I do. I have interviewed John Carpenter. There's hardly anybody in this field, I think, that, well, that's not true. There's always somebody.
Yeah.
But I've interviewed most of the people in the field.
I'm just wondering, how do you rate him as
very highly
credibility?
High on the credibility scale.
Are you familiar with any of these associates in Brazil that are the head of the MUFON in Brazil?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, I only had to go thank you on what Stanton had to say. And he interviewed some of the eyewitnesses, and it seemed very clear and unambiguous. So that's all I can tell you right now. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm okay.
This is Ken from Lakewood.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I finished reading the book, and I'm about halfway through reading it twice there.
Oh, the Quickening.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 333 pages.
333 marked, 337 total.
Right, okay. To be technical, right?
I thought I was about right.
He had a caller a while back.
Well, wait, hold it. What are your impressions?
Oh, book, well, I like it.
Thank you.
Great.
On the mark?
I'd say so. Quite scary.
Yeah.
A lot of things in there got my attention, I tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very well written.
Well, what I tried to do was simply document facts. Now, we put a little bit of fiction in the front of each chapter to try to, well, the idea of that was to try to show you where the facts presented were going to take us. But 90% of the book is simply documented fact. And that's what's so scary about it.
Yeah, I like the way you put the little story in front there. Kind of brings the situation more to life, I think.
Yes, sir.
Makes it seem real, is the word for it.
Mm-hmm.
More real than make you imagine it anyway. Yeah, you had a couple callers back talking about the Virgin Mary experiences out in California City.
Yes, sir.
A good friend of mine, mother, goes out there once a month. And she brought back some photos with her that she had taken out there on an instant camera. There was not a cloud in the sky. And she took about 25 photos, and every photo came back with something, an image, whether it was a picture of what looked to be Jesus, others looked to be Mary, some looked to be angels. You could see crosses in the formations of what looked to be
I think there's going to be more and more of this.
Very, very strange.
I agree, but not unexpected. Thank you very much for the call. Okay, let me walk you through contents of the Quickening, all right? I've never done that. I suppose I ought to. The introduction, the Quickening defined. We, in other words, define the Quickening in the beginning. Chapter 1 deals with technology, America's technology, Russia's, the internet, fiber optics, virtual reality. We deal in Chapter 2 with our economy, as I told you. America's heavy load, I've talked about it many times, the European Union, the road to global economies. Chapter 3 is government, fragmenting governments, American sovereignty and decline, and global government on the rise. Chapter 4 deals with societal matters, the American social fabric weakening, the militias, terrorism, illegal immigration. Chapter 5 deals with religion and spirituality, the New Age movement, modern psychology, UFOs, extraterrestrials, paranormal, one world religion. Chapter 6 deals with the environment, environmentalists, American consumerism, our natural resources, global warming, ozone, nuclear radiation. Chapter 7 deals with disease and famine, emerging viruses, emerging bacteria and parasites, venereal diseases actually, plural, biological warfare and global solutions. Chapter 8 deals with earth changes, volcanoes, earthquakes, hurricanes, droughts, astronomical hazards, global preparedness. In the beginning of the book, it serves up a warning, which simply says, the following material may not be suitable for those of you not prepared to face the realities of the future. These may seem like isolated snapshots of some far-off world. In truth, they are all symptoms of the same cause, the Quickening. And again, this is not a book that I just set out to write so I could write a book. It's a book that I had to write. You understand the difference? There really is a big difference. Even when I did my first book, it was a book I set out to write. This one came from me. I don't even know how to explain the difference. The first one was difficult. It was autobiographical. It was painful in some ways to, dig through your life. Try it sometime. But the second one demanded to be written. It came from inside. Because I know what's going on. I don't precisely know where it's leading, but I know that it's going to get there pretty soon. So that's kind of a leap through a content of some of my book.
Now we take you back to the night of May 26, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
This is Jeff from Henderson again.
Yes, Jeff.
Got an idea for a new book in case you're thinking of what to be writing after the Quickening.
I am not thinking of that, but go ahead.
I've often wondered if there's ever been, of course, being a military man, that there used to be ship recognition manuals of all types of vessels during wartime.
Sure.
Has anyone ever compiled a nice coffee table book on about a UFO recognition manual?
You mean kind of like a Jane's?
Oh yeah, I mean nothing but pictures, a little bit of text at the bottom, nothing but photographs. Coffee table book size, huge, and it has just hundreds of pages and just all kinds of listings in terms of shapes and where they've been seen, and maybe a national map on the back.
You really want to get people going and make them angry? I'll tell you what we call it. You ready? I got the title.
Okay.
We call it the UFO Bible.
That make it sound more scientific. UFO Facebook.
I know. Can you imagine how angry that would make people?
No, Not really. They've already got the gun vial and everything else.
Oh, do they?
I don't think it's going to make people mad. Which direction was that UFO you recently saw heading when you saw it last?
That was yesterday, sir. Now, the UFO, the jet was coming from the east-southeast and headed to the west-northwest. The UFO was near it followed for a period of time the jet's contrail and way behind it. And then it stopped dead for, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes at least, and then began to move south and gain altitude until we finally just lost it as a pinpoint, not because of the horizon, but because it had gained so much altitude, that baby was gone.
According to Egon Bach's book, these things are often drawn to sunlight.
Well, this was not drawn to sunlight, sir. It was, thank you, the sun was short of high in the sky, or 12 o'clock, short of that. It was about 11:40 in the morning when we saw it. And by the way, I'm very much looking forward to hearing from, as I have been already, getting email from or faxes from anybody in this area who saw the same object I did, or better yet, somebody who had more presence of mind than I did and went and got a good camera. I don't know why in the hell it happened. I can't explain it. But I've got a 35 millimeter camera, and it's got a very limited zoom to it. It's good for pretty close work. And I knew that if I went and got it, there was no point. That actually went through my mind. I thought about going to get the camera, but then I thought, no, it's just going to be a dot of light, meaningless. And what I didn't think about was my 8 millimeter video camera, which has like a 60-to-1 zoom. And you know what? I didn't even think of that until tonight, that I could have dragged that out. Stupid, huh? Especially for somebody who's been dealing in these things for as long as I have. But I'll tell you something. It doesn't prepare you. Honest to God, it doesn't prepare you. The fact that I've talked about these things, you would think that I would have trained myself to do something like that. But when you see it, you're frozen. Frozen, afraid that it will blink out, that if you run in the house, it'll be gone when you get back. All of those things. And there is no good rational explanation for why I didn't think about that 8 millimeter camera and go and get it. You know, it does no good to kick myself now. I might have had a chance with that, actually. The 35 millimeter would have been useless. That much ran through my little consumed brain, but the rest did not, so I have no excuse. Except that we were transfixed. And when you see something like this, believe me, trust me, you are transfixed. It's not like it was affecting me in any way, I don't think. It was just that I was transfixed. I couldn't move. We were in the business of trying to get it with the binoculars, it was visible with the naked eye. But the binoculars brought it to a resolution that made it an obvious circle, and it was glowing like a light bulb turned on. Now, the jet, on the other hand, which by this time was moving to the west-northwest, was not glowing at all, nor did the sun glint off it in any way. So, besides, the sun was behind the object. So, the glow we saw was actually coming from the object. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
I'll get the radio.
Good. Get that radio.
Another thing, I was thinking of another thing that comes under the heading of avarice in the broadcast establishment was, I was listening to Gil Gross once, and he was talking about, that girl in California that lost her arms in that crime?
Yes.
Well, they were going to have on Channel 11 in Seattle, I'm calling from Oklahoma, something like a trust fund for her to give her her arms, and she didn't want to do a broadcast.
Well, she can't, there's no way for this girl to get her arms back, sir.
Well, I meant, like a prosthesis.
Oh, I see, yes.
So anyway, the guy that takes care of her is real good to her, and then they were going to do a broadcast, but she didn't consent to do it, so they took the trust fund away. And I was thinking about, like, you were making a joke about that time, if you were going to die, somebody was going to benefit from it, and this was like an analogy to it, but it was really cruel, you know.
Well, maybe she just simply didn't want it. I think that poor young woman probably wants to be out of the public spotlight. Maybe that's what it had to do with. And maybe that's why she didn't want to do it. And I don't blame her. I'll never forget that. You know the young lady we're talking about. The man who assaulted the young lady, raped her, chopped her arms off, served time and got out. He's out now. That's who he's talking about. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Arvell.
How are you?
Hi, I'm calling from Merced, California.
Yes, ma'am.
KYOS.
Right.
And last year in '96, Easter Sunday, my friend and I, we were getting ready to go back to my house, and we came to a stop sign, and she looked to the left, I looked to the right, and I seen a UFO, right? So I told her, I go, let's follow it. So we followed it, and it's like, it knew what direction we were going to go before we went, right? And we zigzagged through town, and ever since then, it's like, sometimes I like to follow me, okay? I don't have a car no more, so, it hasn't happened, but I always see, I like the sky, and I see a lot of things, and I just seen something the other night, me and my neighbor, and we watched it, but I seen like orange football-shaped ones. I seen, my son and I, we seen like a triangle, they were like in a triangle in the sky.
Yep.
And these things were shooting out of the bottom, it was like an upside-down triangle. And so he ran upstairs and he got the neighbor, so we had somebody else to see it.
I
And
hear
he watched these things just shooting out of like what we thought was a star. But it was in the shape of a triangle, and it was like toward the northeast.
No, I understand. I appreciate your report. That's what you want to do, is try and get somebody else to verify it. I don't think I would have gone on the air tonight, or the first time for that matter, if my wife had not been there to back me up. I just wouldn't do it. And what I'm hoping now is that somebody got some video or a good photograph of what I saw yesterday. Believe me, I'll know it if I see it. And one last time, this is the big opportunity, since our second printing is here. If you want a copy of my book, The Quickening, autograph copy, that is, you should order soon, or as soon as you can get in. And if you cannot get in tonight, because we're just starting all this out again, continue to try during the day, and you will eventually get through. I'm Art Bell.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time, on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997. Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from May 26, 1997.
Listen to this. From Reuters, Dateline Miami, Memorial Day, the unofficial start of summer. This year heralds for coastal residents a, quote, bleaker than normal Atlantic hurricane season 6 months of torrential rains, deadly winds, and pounding waves. Forecasters expect more tropical storms and hurricanes than average during the 97 season. Prompting Colorado State University professor and weather forecaster Bill Gray to explain this does not bode very well for the U.S. Southeast and Caribbean. Should the storm forecast for 1997 prove accurate, the 3-year period would be the busiest ever, ushering in what could be decades of increased storm activity. That is from UPI, and then there's several stats in the middle of the story. Are you surprised? Not me. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, hi Art, how you doing?
Okay.
This is Dave here in Sandy Valley, your neighbor to the south.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was calling you to let you know about something I saw about a month ago here. Might explain some of this UFO mystery stuff. It was early in the morning, about 6:30, about a little ways after sunrise. And I see these planes coming, out in the valley below the horizon, traveling about 200 feet. They came, I'd say, within about a half a mile. They were about half the size of a commercial airliner.
Mm-hmm.
They were gray, kind of Dutch gray, and silent. Silent, no sound from these planes.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, about a couple of years ago, I had read in Newsweek that they were developing this anti-sound with these microprocessors that made a...
Well, it's sound cancellation, sir.
Yeah,
I'm very well aware.
So they must have perfected that, because...
Really? And then they introduced it to a round craft that emits light.
Yeah?
Does that explain what I saw?
That sounds like what I saw. They were just... instead of having swoop back wings, they had more like straight out wings and real slow lumbering craft. But anyway, I'm thinking, because the way that I saw them flying, if a person was to see those at night, they may look kind of odd, especially since there was no sound from these things.
Mm-hmm. All right, sir, there actually was sound. What you're talking about is sound cancellation. And that's a pretty well-known technology now.
Now we take you back to the night of May 26, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
What you're about to hear is called Area 51. It's by Dewey Williams and the Extremes. Duke Williams, the Extremes. Listen to this. business about the pilot. Intercepted, shot down. Anyway, good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Bell. I was listening this evening to you talking about what you seen last night.
Yes.
And it brought back...
yesterday at 11:40 in the morning.
Oh, in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh. Well, I had an experience 28 years ago when I first moved to the middle of the Nevada desert, out halfway between Echo and Battle Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
There's a place out there called Crescent Valley where they had Cortez gold mines. My second husband and I had just moved out there. It was in probably August. And I woke up in the middle of the night, and the bedroom was just really, really bright with light, and I thought, well, couldn't figure out what was going on, so I kind of raised up and looked out the window to see what was going on. And there was a bright light that was just down below the trailer, so I got up and I went out the back door and stood at the back of the trailer, and I seen this great, big, huge, orange, kind of a pulsating ball.
Yep.
And it was not too far above the ground. I mean, it was right about the level where the telephone poles were at. But down there was 3 camp trailers and 2 tents that had been pitched by some of the men that were working out at the gold mine. So I stood out there and I watched them. They were scrambling around there and running around just like they were chickens with their heads cut off. And one of them yelled, "Get your gun, Ralph, get your gun." So Ralph ran into the trailer and he came out and I heard bang, bang. "Ralph, I think I can shoot it. Shoot it again." So there was another couple of bangs. "I think you hit it again. Shoot some more, Ralph." So Ralph shot some more. And pretty soon this thing started taking off to kind of at a slow rate away from the trailers and the tents.
Yes.
And it took off, and you could hear them all over the whole valley, but this thing had lit up the whole area out there, and it wasn't very well populated at the time. Well, the next morning, I went back in the bedroom and woke my husband up, and by the time I got him woke up to see what was going on, it was like a star out there, so he didn't see a thing.
Yeah, well, I think Ralph was poorly advised to be shooting at that thing. Please, folks, whatever it is you see in the skies, don't shoot at it. Don't shoot at them. Now, there are many ways of looking at this. Now, if they shoot at you, that's self-defense. But to begin shooting at objects that you don't know about in the sky strikes me as just plain damn foolish. And in behalf of the rest of the human race, I beseech you, please do not shoot at these things. See, there's another definite problem. Whatever in the hell they are, and either way you look at it, whether they are advanced military aircraft, ours, or they're from somewhere else, they've got to be pretty advanced to get here and be doing what they're doing. Shooting at them is ill-advised, indeed. West Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Italian Stein, how you doing, sir?
I'm fine.
I got something. I disagree with you on the New World Order. You believe that it's not going to take place and not in our lifetimes.
That's right, not in our lifetimes.
But believe it or not, it's unfolding right before us. You really can't tell what, because it's unfolding in front of us, and I believe that.
Well, what's your Mr. Stallion? What is your evidence?
Well, my evidence is if you take one country, and Richard Hoagland's touched on the secret governments and stuff like that, and that is happening. But if you take one country, and if they go or get out of hand, you watch and see the whole world will be on top of them in a minute.
Well, that's already occurring. That does not make a one-world government, nor does that make a one-world a political system. Now, I acknowledge that we're on the way to it, en route to globalism. There's no question about it. But I do not believe that in our lifetime you will see the United States and or any other country cede its sovereignty to a world order of any sort. It is a creeping, crawling process that is underway and is going to take a very long time to develop. So I don't fear it in my lifetime, but on the other hand, I don't deny it its eventuality. Does that make sense? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, Art.
Hello.
This is Mike Morgan. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. Hey, listen, I was wondering, if we are able to travel into space with the space shuttle, go to the moon and back and stuff like that,
Yeah.
what makes anybody think that there are not people out there or beings out there that have been able to do the same thing a lot quicker than we have, or maybe they've been doing it longer than we have?
No, only a fool would dismiss the probability. You notice I didn't say it's an absolute, because I don't know what these things are, but yeah, I mean, there are all those suns, more than you can count. We're way out here in the suburbs, if you look at where the Earth really is, where our system really is.
Right.
And of course, it's likely that life has evolved, and that some of it would have become very advanced technologically. Look at the last decade or 2 decades of advancement made by mankind, and then project that 100, 200 years, which is a cosmic blink. And so it's almost guaranteed.
Right. Well, I was just kind of curious, like, you know, the Area 51 and you know, the government getting involved in that thing in Brazil, like you were talking about earlier with one of your other callers.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden it gets hushed up, and we don't hear anything more about it. Does the government actually feel like we're some kind of morons that we don't have any kind of vision as to what the what could actually be out there?
Well, we're treated like morons, and sometimes we act that way. When I had my first sighting, a very serious sighting about 4 years ago, I guess, the local newspaper came out 2 weeks later with this admission that Nellis Air Force Base had said, yes, there was a secret mission over the Verde Valley, which is a little valley I'm in, and it had been a C-130 aircraft, which was an utter, absolute insult to anybody's intelligence. And yet, it was swallowed whole by everybody, except those that had seen it. Everybody else swallowed it. Secret mission, yeah. C-130. Nothing special about that. So, in my estimation, that was a public relations tip of the hat to morons. Or that they were treating us like morons, and frankly, to absorb it without questioning anything probably does make us morons. I was so angry about that, I could have spit nails. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. Yeah, I had to call and
Turn your radio off, please.
it's off.
Good.
At any rate, I had to call. There's a TV in the background. I listen to the radio and watch TV at the same time. You were commenting on how your 35mm camera wouldn't have been any good. And I just had to...
I mean, it would have caught a spot of light, yeah.
Well, there are other things, though, especially if you underexpose it. Depends on what kind of film you have. If it catches a spot of light...
I had it loaded with 1,000-speed film.
Oh, that's a drag. Yeah. Because that would have been, you know, I just didn't want people out there to think that a 35 won't do any good. The size of the image and the size of the detail, it doesn't matter what kind of camera you have. A 35mm camera will get a clearer image than any even high-band 8mm, the new digital...
Well, yeah, but that wasn't the point. I had, digital zoom on my 8mm camera. I could have gone to 60 times zoom. And
that's still, it's electronic.
I know, I understand. The resolution would not have been... What I really needed was a 35mm camera with about 200 ASA film and a good telephoto lens. Then I would have been on to something.
Any lens over 80mm would have done better than a video.
I hear you. All right, thank you. I know I understand what you're saying, but I've just got the standard lens on a 35mm camera, and it's got a like an 8:1 zoom or something. Totally useless for what I would have tried to have done yesterday. But I really still think, and you're right about the resolution, but I sure could have come a lot closer with that 8mm if I'd only thought of that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air, huh?
Oh, wow. Hi, Ed, how are you?
Okay.
This is Mike, Southern California.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, that's shocking.
Well, that's how it works. I don't screen calls.
A couple of comments on, you had, some earlier callers talking about, how you don't sermonize on the radio, no Bible quotes.
Yep.
And I was also impressed with your idea of sticking with the facts.
sure what it is, and you're not jumping to conclusions.
I can't. I mean, anybody can jump to conclusions, but based on what I saw, no, I can't. That'd be foolish.
And I'm somebody who, makes sure I say my prayers daily, and I call myself a Christian, but I still stick to the facts. I read stuff like the Bible, and I think some of it is so true. But on the other hand, I think some of it, is nonsense, like, penguins marching up into Noah's Ark. A lot of it's inconclusive. A lot of it's unclear, and I really think that it's really being twisted. I think it was Carl Sagan who once said that we should not be viewing evolution of the world based on an authoritative text. No matter how well-meaning we want to view the Bible, I don't think God wants us to treat it that way. I myself, I'm not.
Well, I wish Carl could write one more book, and then we'd know.
Anyhow, good show.
Thank you. Take care. Yeah, if Carl could write one more book, that would be the definitive work on. He's in the right place now, I presume, to know. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Billy in Birmingham, WAPI 1070.
Yes, sir.
All right, about the New World Order.
Yes.
What's going on in Paris today? Are you kind of saying you see the bubbles in the water, but you don't feel it getting warmer?
Well, I do feel it getting warmer. I'm just saying it's not going to come to a full boil in our lifetimes.
Okay.
It's going to take longer than that. The guy was trying to call up and saying it's going to happen in our lifetimes. No, it isn't. The expansion of NATO, I do see as the beginning of, what?
Well, you see the water bubbling, but it's not warm enough yet.
I see it warming, and I don't see it bubbling yet. It's getting warm. But if you think that the people of this country, this generation, are going to cede sovereignty to some...
Oh, I don't think so.
I don't either.
Anyway, great show. Let somebody else get on.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care. Not in our generation, but it's coming. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. This is Gina from Sacramento.
Hi, Gina.
I've heard you complain that there are time travel. How come you've never heard from time travelers?
Well, if there's time travel, then where are the time travelers? Yes.
Well, you've never had an open line for them. How would you know if you haven't had them call you? You gotta have an open line some nights for time travelers.
That's a good point. I'll do
You
it.
never know until you ask.
I'll do it.
Great.
All right, how's that?
That's waiting to hear.
All right, I'll do it. Thank you. That's a good one. That's Gina. Sure, Gina. Why not? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, I have a clarification for you.
Clarify.
About the girl who had her arms cut off.
Yes.
And the man with the prison they read about.
Yes.
Well, that happened in California.
That's correct.
They moved, the bag moved to Florida when he got out.
I think that's right, yes.
And he was arrested again in Florida after he murdered somebody.
That is correct, yes, I'm aware of that. Oh, that's right, so he's back in jail now.
He's in jail, they're going to give him the death penalty.
Yeah, I was referring, of course, to the fact that he was released for what he had done to her after he had done that.
Well, he didn't kill nobody, though. You understand?
I understand.
What's that
Sorta.
music mean?
That means it's the end of the program.
Well,
So-
tell all them Canadians we're watching them.
Do you hear that up there in Canada? Wherever you are, thank you all very much from the high desert. Good night.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from December 5th, 1995.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, good evening, or in more cases than not, good morning, and welcome to another edition of the best in live overnight talk radio. Actually, I think the biggest, too. We're picking up a couple of more. One that we lost sometime goes back again, KUGR in Green River, Wyoming. Welcome back to the network. Good to have you. And we have picked up, though I don't have the call letters, I'm sorry, we're about to go on the air in Colorado Springs in a big way. And so we'll let you know about that tomorrow. Totaling now 241 affiliates. Yikes. Stretching from Tahiti and the Hawaiian Islands all the way to the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the poles. That more or less covers it. I've got a lot to do, so let's get going. Bosnia, troops and supplies really are moving very quickly now. Toward an area laden with about 6,000 landmines. In Fort Sill, Oklahoma, troops are beginning to get inoculations, making out wills. That is the group that goes to defuse bombs. They're going to be busy, busy, busy people. Now, I told you the BBC will tell you things that you don't hear elsewhere, and the BBC is reporting that the U.S. has far more troops on the ground now than the U.S. is actually reporting. We now admit, by the way, to, you tell me, but it's somewhere between 30 and 40,000 troops that will be in and around Bosnia by mid-December. 30 to 40,000. Now, you know, these are not minor differences. In other words, we talked about 20,000 troops, right? Now it's 30,000, or if you want to include support troops, it's up around 40,000. This is already, you know, it's mission creep. Well, not really mission, it's troop creep. But in a way, that is certainly mission creep, isn't it? General Norman Schwarzkopf of Desert Storm fame apparently is going to be doing assessments for NBC. They probably have hired him. And yesterday he said, my concern is, you know, our military now is 30% smaller than during Desert Storm. Now that's a third, almost a third smaller. He said, if we get deeper and deeper into Bosnia, what's going to happen if Kim Il-sung decides to come roaring across the DMZ in Korea, or Saddam makes a move? It is a valid question, he said, to ask whether we could handle it. Think about that. He said, I heard the president say one of the things that guarantees that it's going to be a safe operation, Bosnia, is that we are so well armed, to which the general said, I should like to remind you, we were also well armed in Vietnam. You know how many casualties we took. And he cautioned this whole thing may not go at all the way we expect. The president speaking today stressed the compassionate angle of the Bosnian incursion. Presidents Ford and Bush both gave their support. Senator Dole stumbling a little bit. Was going to have a vote, wanted to have a vote, actually, to support the president in the Senate. But, uh-oh, he doesn't have the votes. So he has delayed that vote until next week. Dole also wants an exit strategy that includes arming the Bosnians. Our president, Clinton, still opposes arming the Bosnians. So in other words, on exit, the president would like to leave the Bosnians in their present military condition. Now think about that. That means we leave and the Serbs get to slaughter again? And this is something that I bet many of you or most of you have never heard. Some of you will have heard it. And I think this morning it is appropriate that you do hear it. This is a letter written by Bill Clinton. It was published in the press when he was governor of Arkansas and a candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination. It was written to Colonel Eugene Holmes, Director of the Reserve Officers Training Corps at the University of Arkansas on December 3rd, 1969. Now, this is our president speaking. I'm sorry to be so long in writing. I know I promised to let you hear from me at least once a month, and from now on you will. But I've had to have some time to think about this first letter almost daily since my return to England to resume my studies at Oxford University. I've thought about writing about what I ought to say. First, I want to thank you for just for saving me from the draft, but also for being so kind and decent to me last summer when I was as low as I've ever been. One thing that made the bond we struck in good faith somewhat palatable to me was my high regard for you personally. In retrospect, it seems that the admiration might not have been mutual had you known a little more about me, my political beliefs and activities. At least you might have thought me more fit for the draft than the ROTC. Let me try to explain. As you know, I worked for 2 years in a very minor position on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I did it for the experience and the salary, but also the opportunity, however small, of working every day against a war I opposed and despised, the depth of feeling I had reserved solely for racism in America before Vietnam. I did not take the matter lightly, but studied it carefully, and there was a time when not very many people had more information about Vietnam at hand than I did. I've written and spoken and marched against the war. One of the national organizers of the Vietnam moratorium is a close friend of mine. After I left Arkansas last summer, I went to Washington to work in the national headquarters of the moratorium. Then to England to organize the Americans here for demonstrations October 15th and November 16th. Interlocked with the war is the draft issue, which I did not begin to consider separately until early 1968. For a law seminar at Georgetown, I wrote a paper on the legal arguments for and against allowing within the selective service system the classification of selective conscientious objection for those opposed to participation in a particular war, not simply to participation in war in any form. From my work, I came to believe the draft system itself is illegitimate. No government really rooted in limited parliamentary democracy should have the power to make its citizens fight and kill and die in a war they may oppose. A war which even possibly may be wrong. A war which, in any case, does not involve immediately the peace and freedom of the nation. Let me repeat that line of our president's. A war which, in any case, does not involve immediately the peace and freedom of the nation. The draft was justified in World War II because the life of the people collectively was at stake. Individuals had to fight. If the nation was to survive for the lives of their countrymen and their way of life, Vietnam is no such case. Nor was Korea. An example where, in my opinion, certain military action was justified, but the draft wasn't, for the reasons stated above. Because of my opposition to the draft and the war, I am in great sympathy with those who are not willing to fight, kill, and maybe die for their country. In other words, the particular policy of a particular government, right or wrong. Two of my friends at Oxford are conscientious objectors. I wrote a letter of recommendation for one of them to the Mississippi Draft Board, a letter which I am more proud of than anything I ever wrote at Oxford last year. One of my roommates at Oxford University is a draft resistor who is possibly under indictment, may never be able to go home again. He's one of the bravest men I know. His country needs men like him more than they know. That he is considered a criminal is an obscenity. The decision not to be a register resistor, and the related subsequent decisions were the most difficult of my life. I decided to accept the draft in spite of my beliefs for one reason: to maintain my political viability within the system. For years, I've worked to prepare myself for a political life, characterized by both political, practical ability, concern for rapid social progress. It is a life I still feel compelled to try to lead. I don't think our system of government is by definition corrupt. However, dangerous and inadequate it may have been in recent years, the society may be corrupt, but that is not the same thing. And if that is true, we are all finished anyway. Now, when the draft came, despite political convictions, I was having a hard time facing the prospect of fighting a war that I had been fighting against. That's why I contacted you. ROTC was the only way left in which I could possibly, but not positively, avoid both Vietnam and resistance. Going on with my education, even coming back to Oxford, played no part in my decision to join ROTC. I'm back here, and would have been at Arkansas Law School because there's nothing else I can do. In fact, I'd like to have been able to take a year out, perhaps, to teach in a small college or work on some community action project, and in the process decide whether to attend law school or graduate school and how to begin putting what I have learned to use. But the particulars of my personal life are not nearly as important to me as the principles involved. After I signed the ROTC letter of intent, I began to wonder whether the compromise I had made with myself was not more objectionable than the draft would have been, as I had no interest in the ROTC program in itself, and all I seemed to have done was to protect myself from physical harm. Also, I began to think I had deceived you. Not by lies, there were none, but by failing to tell you all the things I'm writing now. I doubt I had the mental coherence to articulate them then. At that time, after we'd made our agreement, and you had sent my 1D deferment to the draft board, the anguish and loss of my self-regard and self-confidence really set in. I hardly slept for weeks, and was kept going by eating compulsively and reading until exhaustion brought sleep. Finally, on September 12th, I stayed up all night writing a letter to the chairman of my draft board, saying basically what is in the preceding paragraph, thanking him for trying to help in a case where he really couldn't, stating that I couldn't do the ROTC after all, and would he please draft me as soon as possible. Well, I never mailed that letter, but I did carry it on me every day until I got on a plane to return to England. I didn't mail the letter because I didn't see, in the end, how my going into the Army and maybe going to Vietnam would achieve anything except a feeling that I had punished myself and gotten what I deserved. So I came back to England to try to make something of this second year of my Rhodes Scholarship. And that is where I am now, writing to you because you have been good to me and have a right to know what I think and feel. I'm writing to you, too, in the hope that my telling you this story will help you understand more clearly how so many people have come to find themselves loving their country, but loathing the military, to which you and other good men have devoted years, lifetimes of the best service you could give. To many of us, it is no longer clear what is service and what is disservice. Or if it is clear, the conclusion is likely to be illegal. Forgive the length of this letter. There was much to say. There is still a lot to be said, but it can wait. Please say hello to Colonel Jones for me. Merry Christmas. Sincerely, Bill Clinton. Now, I've never read that whole thing on the air before, but I thought somehow, I don't even want to say on the eve of the deployment, because it really has begun, again around Christmas time, we should try and understand the man who is now sending men and women in America squarely into harm's way, if you want to believe what Norman Schwarzkopf had to say. And I think it helps you to understand the man who wrote that letter. We'll be right back. All right, I've got a number of other things I want to cover with you. By the way, it's big full moon out there. I don't know if you've gone out to look. Every time I say that, somebody will call me up and say, well, it's not going to be in full till tomorrow. It looks full to me, and that's when I begin saying it is a full moon. And that, in fact, is when people begin to react to it. So I expect some reaction this morning. I saw a story on CNN earlier tonight. I think it was their 9 o'clock newscast that blew me away. And I don't blow away that easily these days. Story comes from Kalamazoo, Michigan. It was the story of a mother who had a baby. A little premature, I believe. The baby had some sort of respiratory problem and stopped breathing and died. Now, I swear to you, what you're about to hear is true. In other words, it was reported on CNN as absolute truth. It's probably still running on CNN, if you want to see it. The baby died. It stopped breathing. The doctors declared it dead. There they have a kind of a bonding experience that occurs between a mother and her dead infant. And the hospital there allows the mother to hold the dead child and sort of bond with it. You know, some sort of, she carried the child for 9 months. So it is not surprising to me that that is a psychologically healing thing for a woman to do. And to become acquainted with a baby she will never see grow up well. This child turned totally purple, stopped breathing for 3¼ hours. In other words, it was really dead. The mother was holding the child, and it was 3¼ hours later, and suddenly there was a gasping sound. The doctors and nurses standing nearby, totally freaked out. They grabbed the baby from the grieving mother, put it on life support, and as of right now, it's doing fine. They have no idea, nor can they for a while, whether there is any brain damage. Now, I don't know what word you would use to describe this, but the one I don't hesitate to use is miracle. What other possible explanation could there be? Nobody. Nobody dies for over 3 hours and comes back. And if you think that's even remotely possible, then we should worry that we are burying a lot of people alive, cremating them, beginning to process them for burial. I have never in all of my born days seen such a story. But I guarantee you, in good faith, I just relayed the details to you as given by CNN. Now, my word is miracle. If you have another word you would use to describe that story, I would like to hear it. How do you react to that? How could that happen in this world? You're listening to
rock bells somewhere in time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from December 5th, 1995.
Good news for me. A new Gallup poll out says 49% of all Americans, that's half, are having trouble sleeping. That's as of 1995 and up from 36% in 1991. They attribute it to job stress-related sort of stuff. So half the American people are having trouble sleeping. And I bet a bunch of them listen to this program. So I guess that's good for me, bad for you. I don't know. All right, I have some quickening news. This is from Reuters a few moments ago. A growing dome of lava in Montserrat's rumbling volcano threatens to send rock slides and lava flows down the mountain's eastern flank, according to the governor of the Caribbean island Tuesday. About 4,000 residents of the tiny British colony remained out of their homes on the south end as a result of the second major evacuation since seismic activity began to erupt in the Chances Peak volcano in July. The governor there, in a phone conversation from Montserrat, told Reuters that scientists reported an increase in volcanic activity overnight, and 2 lava domes appeared to be merging, heightening the threat that the crater would begin to crumble. The Chances Peak is full of cracks now, Savage said. Bits of rock will start to fall off the dome, which will produce rock slides or flows. A lot of the existing structure is going to come down. Also, this one just in. There has been a 4 earthquake in Indonesia. 6.4 magnitude in Indonesia. And while it is not of the 8-point variety, it does follow in the pattern that we are now becoming so familiar with. I thought you might be interested in this from Australia, down in Standeo country. First, this, by the way, is their news service from Sydney. First, the horses lost their appetite. Then they began to twitch. That turned into convulsions. The animals flailing in their stalls. Within 2 weeks, their lungs hemorrhaged, and they drowned in their own blood, which gushed from their mouths and nostrils. Then the disease, a new one apparently, struck the horses' handlers, eating holes in their lungs until they choked to death. So we're waiting to see yet another new, weird, hemorrhagic type of virus on our hands. They're trying to find out. This from Dan in Pacifica. Art, today California had 3 quakes, all just around the 3 magnitude range, one off the coast of Eureka, the other in Sonoma County, and the other in Palm Springs. If you draw a line beginning in the north and terminating in the south, it matches Gordon Scallion's predicted earthquake line for multiple large quakes. Just thought I'd drop that in. Well, okay, I've got a lot more here, but I will hold it. That ought to be sufficient. I thought a kind of a profile on the president at this point, during those years when he faced the possibility of having to do what he is now going to order men and women in America to do. I thought it was appropriate. Doc Berry hated it and said, "Gee, can't you come up with anything that's new?" And so I know that I must have hit the nail right on the head when Doc Berry scratches off a fast, angry fax. I know that it hit the nail right on the head. I use Doc just like a barometer. Thanks, Doc. So, we begin. Under a full moon. Are you ready? We don't screen calls. We don't know what you want to talk about. I have no idea what you want to talk about. As a matter of fact, it is up to you. First-time callers to the program. Virgins. Should I say virgins and first-time callers? Area code 702-727-1222. The wildcard direct dial lines are area code 702-727-1295. The toll-free west of the Rockies line is 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. Anywhere east of the Rockies, way out east, it's 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. And the magic begins. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. It's Anthony from St. Louis. Long time no talk.
Well, it has been a long time. How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, listen. A lot of things have come up on the past couple months. I got your book. Got the date. It was autographed. Excellent job, Art.
Oh, thank you. It really
I
is a
got
good
ham
book.
radio license, too.
Oh, my gosh. Did you really?
Yeah, I'm only a technician, but...
Oh, congratulations, Anthony.
Thanks a lot. I'm moving on up. And I'm off to college, too, which means I have internet access. I've emailed you a couple times, but I'm waiting for a response. But you talking with me tonight is enough. And I pulled a whole bunch of pictures of you off the internet and printed up and put in my board in my room. And my roommate says it's like a shrine to you. And I'm not fooling you. You
A
can ask
shrine?
Roger.
No, don't make shrines to me, Anthony.
Really? Why shouldn't I?
Well, actually, I guess you could. You need to develop a chant, though. Art.
That'll be next. Oh, there's just one little substantial thing that I wanted to talk to you about tonight.
One little thing, huh?
Yeah, it was about Michael New. I mean, everybody's up there talking about Michael New. I think you're wrong in the fact Michael New is a great national hero, but I think you did raise a good point about treaty power and the fact that we did ratify the UN treaty and that dilutes our Constitution. In fact, there's a debate with...
Anthony, what we did, we don't actually have a treaty with the UN. What we have is a treaty with member nations of the UN, Anthony. And what I have said for so long, and will continue saying again and again and again, is that Michael New has disobeyed a lawful, legal order. And the way to protest that, if you don't want any involvement in the UN, is to put pressure on our politicians to withdraw either from the UN or from the treaties that we have signed. Not to join the military, hold your hand up, and swear to obey lawfully given orders, and then not do so. No.
Maybe you have that right, but I'm going to let you go, and I just want to say hi to Jeremiah.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. So there we are with that one again, Michael New. Look, policy is made out here in the private sector. Policy is made by politicians and by you who vote for those politicians. If the U.S. makes a treaty with nations and says we will do the following, then our armed forces are obligated to do the following. You do not join the service and then refuse a lawful order if you want, if you object to something. You get out into the private sector, you run for office, you pressure your guy to vote to get us out of these treaties. You do it the lawful way. If you disobey a direct order, you get something called a court-martial, and he deserves it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good evening, Art. This is Dad from Kansas City.
Yes, sir.
Just have a quick comment and a question for you.
Okay.
My question involves that baby.
Oh,
that miraculous child.
Yes.
Well, I wonder what lodge it belongs to.
What lodge it belongs to, and what degree Mason it might have been.
Well, it'd be first degree probably, being so young, but it's already gone through the resurrection.
Well, I really don't know what you would call that, except an outright miracle.
Oh, it certainly is. Did you hear about that woman, though? I saw on one of these tabloid programs, her baby had died and was dead for about 45 minutes, and they came back and it was breathing, and it was alive that had brain damage.
Well, this one, 3¼ hours.
Do you know how it's doing?
Well, they don't know yet. The baby, though, was totally purple. It was cold to the touch. It was completely dead, had been declared so, no signs of any life for 3¼ hours. And then life came back.
Now, see, that seems not so unusual. A lot of times children, when they fall into the ice, you know, they'll,
No, this child, sir, was being held at room temperature by its mother. Dead.
yeah.
Yeah.
Children are resilient, that's for sure.
Well, all right, thank you. They are not that resilient. Children, with regard to life and death, are very much like the rest of us. Dead is dead, and baby, at 3 1/4 hours, you're really dead. I mean, that's not even close. That is reanimation. That is a miracle. And I could come up with any word that would describe anything else for what has occurred in Kalamazoo. Remarkable. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Alan calling from Chico.
Hello, Alan.
How you doing tonight?
Fine.
Yeah, I just called. I'm sitting here thinking about this baby you guys are talking about.
Yes.
I haven't seen the report on CNN. I've only heard what you told about it.
It's been running. It ran at the 9 o'clock main CNN newscast.
Yeah, is this kind of a work of God here? Do you think?
I don't have that answer. I'm sorry.
What do you believe? What do you believe, Art?
I believe in God.
But do you believe this?
Do I believe this is a work of God? I have no other answer.
I think...
What do you believe, sir?
I believe that if you put your mind to something,
yeah,
and if you believe in something hard enough, be it religion, be it your lucky coin, I believe anything's possible.
All right, well then you're going to be in lots of trouble. I mean, to suggest that believing in anything strongly enough, God or your lucky coin, they would be at opposite corners, no doubt.
No.
It's going to get you in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your call. Thank you. And I wouldn't jump on your belief. I know a lot of people are going to out there.
Lucky coins, rabbit's foots, black cats. It's all a bunch of devil stuff, Art.
Right? So I don't know. A miracle. It is a miracle. The source of the miracle. Oh, we'd have a big old go round about that. Lucky coin? I don't know about that. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Turn your radio off, please.
Yeah, it's down.
All right. Turn it all the way off.
It's all the way up.
Well, that's even better. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Where are you?
Encinitas, California.
Okay.
My name's Michael.
Yes, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought you were like holding me for a second.
Michael, we don't have a screener. When you hear my voice, you're on the air. That's
yeah,
it.
I should have known that. I should have known that. Art, it's there's like a whole lot of things going on.
Thank you. I see what he's saying now. He's saying that rockets launching themselves from the Earth's surface on a consistent basis, attaining escape velocity, will act sort of like retro rockets for the Earth, slowing the Earth itself. Finally, I grasped what he was trying to tell me there. I'm unsure exactly, frankly, how to respond to that. Interesting, very interesting. I suppose it could be. Anything could be, right? We'll be back in just one moment. Yeah, I don't know whether we're slowing up the Earth or not. That's sort of, well, you know, Art, if man had been meant to go out in space, God would have strapped rockets to his butt. Or something. So, I don't know they've measured any slowing of the Earth as a result of all the rockets we fired. Be interesting to know. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art.
Hey,
How
sir.
you doing?
I'm okay.
Boy, you kind of took me off guard there.
Well, you were calling, so you should always expect the possibility you might get on the air.
Yeah, that's right. Well, this is Andy from Salt Lake City.
Oh, all right. KCNR.
That's right. I'm a police officer. I got to tell you, I've been working graveyards now for a couple of years.
Oh.
And I got most of the guys on my shift now hooked on your show.
Well, it makes it go faster, huh?
It does. It certainly does.
I hope it just doesn't absorb your attention so much that you miss something.
Well, no, unfortunately, there are times I miss most of your show, but, you know, some nights you get some pretty good chunks of it.
So you patrol?
Yes,
It's kind of, I'm curious because the one time I visited Salt Lake, it was such a quiet, peaceful, simple place without, obviously, very much activity after dark, so there couldn't have been much crime. And I understand it has changed a very great deal, and your perspective as a police person would be interesting.
Yeah, well, how long ago was that, Art?
That was when I was very young, sir, after I got out of the military, so long time ago.
So a couple of years ago, huh?
Yeah, a couple of years.
Oh, it's, yeah, I think if you came back through here, you'd be surprised. It's grown a lot. There's, you know, I'm right in the Salt Lake County area, and there's about 1 million people pretty close to it.
Well, let me tell you, I can remember Salt Lake then, downtown, the city, had, like most cities, skyscrapers. And late at night, shortly after dark, you could kind of walk down the street, and it was almost like the world was closed. I mean, it was the doggonest thing I ever saw.
Shut down at 10 p.m., huh?
I mean, truly shut down. A major city shut down. It's not that way anymore, I guess.
No, it's not. It's hopping all night long now, and it keeps it pretty busy. But, yeah, we sure appreciate your show and enjoy it quite a bit. Enjoy the variety of topics.
Well, that's it. It is very eclectic, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get, do you? It's kind of like police work.
Yes, it is. As you know, if you listened, I was a dispatcher 911 for Monterey County for a year. And I did a lot of ride-alongs. I used to really enjoy it.
So, oh, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty exciting work.
I know the work you guys do.
As I'm sure...
tell me something. Tell me something. I'll tell you something that they did in Monterey County, actually all over the place. Do you guys at night ever play games?
Well, I gotta be careful. Some of the guys are probably listening to this.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sometimes you have to keep things interesting, I should say.
Yeah, boy, we used to have a blast, I'll tell you.
Pretty good crew I work with, and
all right. Well, I wouldn't want you to say anything. I can read between the chuckles.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, but Sergeant's probably listening too. So.
Hey, Sergeant. Just kidding.
That's right.
All right, sir. I appreciate your call.
Hey, I appreciate it, Art.
Thank you. Take care. Salt Lake City. Particularly the third shift. there are a lot of really fun games, which I will not go into for his sake and all the other officers' sake out there. I won't go into it. We did some really stupid things as well. Cops like practical jokes, and I can remember one cop, for example, taking a whole bunch of firecrackers and strapping them to a cigarette and hiding them under the bumper of an